Yo yo. Good morning, and Nux and S cased. Should I buy back? Sir, when do I buy back? EU moist, welcome. Go go give this a like, boys. Check out the sniper. Hi, hi. Good morning, sir. Finally the Great Depression stream. We've been waiting for that, youth. What's up, Bugatti Reaper? Hey, hey, hey. I have no idea what you typed. Oh, Traxy with the raiding party. What's up, enjoyers? Thank you for the raid. For all the WoW players coming from Traxy stream that don't like Bitcoin, you get to enjoy Bitcoin going down. Ran CRD. 97k. Still waiting for that 97k. Just ordered my Prius, boss. I had to return the Lambo. What's up, Glenn? Had to return the wife and kids. We need the eagle. A 15 stream streak. Damn, Baza. Baza's always in attendance. Here's my shameless plug, boys. Go like and retweet this one. It's pinned in the chat. Yeah, we wait till you go to bed, then we dump it. We're like, oh, town hall sleeping, time to hit the red button, boys. Is the stream laggy? It looks like it's okay, at least on my end. It's muted. What's up, rival? Yeah, just a straight shot down, youth. In a 1 minute candle, straight to 30k. What happens when I don't stream? You guys just all press the red button. Oh, the new GameCube. Yep, the new GameCube. I don't get the appeal of the new Valve PC other than the fact that it's by Valve. I get the Steam Deck, right? That makes sense. They can't stop the selling. Magic's on a Moon Boy hunting trip right now. Oh, I see, I see. That makes sense, Town Hall. So it's like the budget PC alternative. Short your shorts. Porter John. Yeah, it's a pretty gross 1 minute chart. Good morning, Miss Master Doggin. We need the bald eagle. Only the bald eagle can save us. All right, welcome back, boys. It's looking pretty grim on the markets right now. So even if we hold it here, it's not looking too good because we're gonna have stack liquidity. As far as yesterday's update, there's a little opportunity to grab a quick short there that worked out. I wasn't too confident in this one, and then obviously it reversed. And then this one as well, if you look for it. So both those worked out quite nicely from the last stream, including the long. All three of them worked out. If you didn't take this one, though, it's understandable. I didn't really like it that much anyways. Um, so we're well deep into the 100,300 level, showing really bad fluidity, paired with the fact that we've got some stock liquidity at the lows now. Really, the only thing that can save the Moon Boys right now is the good old-fashioned equal lows coming to fruition. Um, but as you guys know, I wouldn't be too confident if that was the case. So now, if we do get a bounce, again, really the only play right now is to long it, but it doesn't look like a good long. If we bounce, the next area to look for shorts is around 102.2 to 102.4, which is here. So this one worked out. This one worked out. This one worked out. This one sort of worked out, but it was very quick. I'm sure a lot of you guys were sleeping anyways. And the next area of fluidity is right here. So this is sort of marrying the local together on Biddy with the high time frame, right? This same thing. And then this was the imbalance of supply and demand. So we look low on the structure. In order to break the bearish structure, we have to bounce through 102.2 to 102.4. But even if we do that, I'm not super confident because, like I said yesterday, if they had longed Bitcoin pretty much at any point in November so far, they've been invalidated unless their invalidations are here, or today, now here. So we could see a pretty big flood hit the market if this thing continues to drop. Obviously, we're sitting at sub 100K right now. And we're not seeing that good of a recovery so far. But, the hourly just started, so we could see a potential bounce. As it stands right now, it's kind of the same scenario as the last couple days, which is if we see a bounce, it looks like just another good opportunity to add on to shorts. Again, where we're at currently, it's kind of late to short. Like, yes, it could just dump from here, but you are kind of shorting the relative lows, right? If you're shorting here, it might work out, but where the fuck are you going to put your stop loss, right? If we do get a bounce, though, look there to continue lower. We're kind of getting real close to a big flood zone here, boys, so strap in for some fireworks potentially today. Oh man, it looks bad because the structure's all fucked on the bull side really badly here. We're dipping our toes into the icebergs right now, so we're getting closer to these icebergs, but they easily can melt. The first one already got pretty much plowed straight through. So we're heading to the next iceberg, which is around 99. And then after that iceberg, it could be free fall mode for Biddy here. It's obviously not a great... the timing's not great because the S&P is also dumping at the same time. I'm getting real close to flipping full bear here, but I'm not going to do that still until we see what happens at 89K. As far as this structure is concerned, though, it's pretty fucked. So the structure we built in November, I mean, you guys can just see it, right? It's at the relative lows. But not only that is we keep seeing good bearish fluidity, right? We saw the imbalance of supply and demand. We saw the tests, the retests, again marrying both the more local with the high time frame, lined up quite nicely. Um, just this thing is just dropping like a fucking rock right now, boys. It's looking quite bloody. Um, the 4 year cycle, bear market year. I mean, the argument for that is becoming stronger and stronger, right? Um, I'm just not gonna flip completely bare until I see what happens at 89. As I've said, that's the sort of the final stronghold. And honestly, the way this thing's dropping, I don't want to see that happen today, but it's possible we could see that today. The stream is lagging. Okay, that's the second person to say the stream's lagging. Is the stream lagging, boys? Because right now it says my internet's fine. Phase C, it actually is just the video. Not for you, but it might be Twitch. Okay, half the chat says it is, half the chat says it's not. It's lagging only for the Moon Boys. Hmm. Let me see if I'm downloading anything. I'm gonna close Steam just in case. Um, close all these things. Okay. Maybe it was that, but we'll see. If it continues to lag, then I might have to restart it. I don't know how to check if I'm dropping frames on OBS. Close all the porn. It might be a bitrate issue. Are there any people in the chat who are really good with OBS? Uh-oh, we just dipped to the lows right now. On OBS, it's the bottom bar. I'm using Streamlabs on OBS. I don't see any FPS things at the bottom. Look on the ground. Alright, we've officially kissed the equal low. Let's have a look on the perpetuals to see if that was actually a sweep of any sort. Alright, let's see. That might have been right there. Nope, not yet. Okay, so perpetuals didn't get swept out. It looks like just the spot market so far. But yeah, we're not really seeing many signs of life. Every time we get a nice little wave of green that comes in, the price doesn't really budge that much. So it's likely due to the fact that the S&P is down pretty bad right now. Nothing too crazy on the volatility index, but we are seeing a nice little dump that came in. Um, so the volatility index is still following the plan. Where we want to see a rejection on the VIX is here now, around 21 to 20 to 21. Okay, we need to see a rejection there. Otherwise, the sort of bearish structure starts to break down on the VIX, which could be detrimental. But we'll take it one step at a time. We're still not there. We're at about 1983. So the real zone for the VIX is sitting at around, and I'm going to use a magnet tool to be precise here because we're getting to kind of an important spot. So the more local, married with the high time frame, it's approximately 2048 to 2101. Okay, so basically where this yellow line is. We need to see a rejection here on the VIX, or the stock market will start to look pretty bloody. Obviously, the Mag 7 is taking a beating today. With the mid caps are doing okay, not as good as you would like to see. The past couple times the mid caps were actually doing a quite a bit better when the Mag 7 was taking a beating. So really need to see a rejection here on the VIX as we go higher, or the legacy markets could be in for a rough ride. And of course, the timing of that with Bitcoin having garbanzo bean structure in November is quite concerning. So, the good news is precious metals are still doing fine. You don't really want to see a rejection here on gold, though, because that's going to look really bad. But so far, gold's holding above, which is a good sign. If we see something like this happen on gold, though, we must hold 4,030. If we don't hold 4,030, then we go make a new low, as this arrow says. Silver's doing fine, man. Silver's still at the last spot to look to short it before it goes and makes a new high. So silver's sort of the dark horse throughout all this blood. I mean, it really is showing a ton of strength, and it has been, right? So we'll keep an eye on silver, but it's really at the last stronghold for the bears at this point. If we don't see a significant dump come in on silver, and even if we do, quite honestly, it's still really strong because it's holding the fluidity. So technically, most of the stuff on silver is done. We'd have to create some new structure in the void, but other than that, silver looks good to go. Obviously, the NQ is dumping harder than the S&P because technology stocks are just more volatile, particularly when you're in a downward move. The line I drew at 103, yeah. So it's on Bitcoin. The 103 line is mainly coming from this. I talked about it a bit yesterday, but it was kind of where all these short sellers were trapped before we squeezed them out. And then we had the retest of it after we saw this bull div that came in yesterday, right? And then also you can get kind of cheeky with it and use some of the higher time frames too, but you don't really need them. I'm just showing you how you could do it. This was the one that I referred to yesterday that I used. They're trying to shut them down. Is it still fucking lagging, guys? All right, let me see here. Open performance window. Okay, I'm still sitting at 60. Okay, it is saying that I am dropping frames here, but it says that I'm at 60. Hmm. What's weird is this is a fairly new computer and it's pretty top of the line computer, and now it just wants to. Can you explain what happened to the Eagle? Dude, we pumped from here, man. The Eagle did its job. It needs to hold after it pumps, though. No, this is a really nice PC, at least from what I understand. Could it be an add-on, maybe? I have zero lag from here. Okay, so it looks like the chat is kind of divided. Half the people say lag. Try refreshing the page, guys. It does say that some of the frames are being dropped, but it says it's sitting at 60. Oh god, bro. This is not the time. We got a big flood coming in again. Holy shit, we could go under here. We could go under. Uh-oh, boys. How's ETH? Yeah, ETH's just getting dumpstered too. I told you, ETH looks strong, but not if Bitcoin's gonna dump hard. We've just made the final equal low. Is there gonna be a shot here for Biddy? I'm gonna put it on low time frame and high time frame right now. I'm gonna mark out this low though, so we can see it on the low time frame. Below this is the big time flood, and we are really fucking close to it. Look how close we got to that. And then let's put Bitcoin high time frame on it as well. They're trying to hold the fucking equal low. All right, let's take a look at the liquidation heat map on a higher time frame. So the past 2 weeks. Yeah, there's most liquidity still on the top side. I mean, as you guys can see, I thought more would be added there, but it doesn't look like too much is added. I mean, that's a nice little engulfing on the 1 minute candle, but can we get any fucking life here? As you guys can see below this, we start to enter the end of the FOMO rally, and then we go back to reality. Boys, the eagle can only do so much, and I only put the eagle on the chart when I'm confident that it's going to rally. I'm not super confident right now. The power of the eagle is that I only pull him out when it's time to pump. I don't know if it's time to pump right now. The only thing that you got going for you right now is equal lows. Yeah, exactly. That's a town hall. That's a good point. You don't even want to hold it here. At this point you just want to go through it, man. You just want to go through it because if you don't, then you've got really fucking fragile structure. Unless you want to keep adding on to shorts. But I gave you guys at least 3 opportunities to add on to shorts. Oh god, boys. Here it comes. Absolute carnage. They can't stop the selling. I'm going to put the S&P side by side because if the S&P continues to dump right now, Bitcoin's not going to have any support that it needs. All right, they're starting to put up a fight. Like Town Hall said, I'd also agree. It's better that we just go through it. Please hold my hand. I'm scared. We're not going straight to zero. Don't worry, boys. Why is the S&P dumping? Because we hit the bottom side of the VIX. This was the plan for the VIX. I when it comes to technical analysis, I don't really do it on the S&P. Sometimes I'll get cheeky with it and do it, but I really just refer to this. This is the roadmap, boys. For almost every asset that you could trade, it all comes down to this chart. So we hit sort of the pocket on the bottom side. We've been holding good fluidity on the bottom side. Top side's also been showing pretty good fluidity, but that's going to come into question here potentially today, if not tomorrow, but it could happen today. Things are starting to heat up a bit here, boys. So I'm using this chart here to determine what this chart does, and kind of to determine what every chart does, but not exactly. Like obviously, I'm still going to use technicals on Bitcoin on standalone as well. God, look at the fucking red coming in, boys. Any green boys out there? Any fighting Irish out there in the chat? Stream is better now? It still says that it's dropping frames, but I don't know. Yeah, usually if volatility goes up, it means that the legacy markets are going down. That's typically how it works for legacy. So I was able to sort of call the last two dumps on the S&P because of this chart here. I'm calling the next one here, but again, it's just a probability. So if this one's wrong, that means that the S&P is going into deep sea diving as well with Bitcoin. Some other updates on legacy. The Tesla play is working out nicely. So either Tesla holds it here and now, or we go to 375. If Tesla doesn't hold 375, then it gets really bloody. Everybody's scared right now. Did you guys hear that Michael Burry had to shut down his hedge fund? Kind of feels like a top signal, but we'll see. Yeah, the whole Mag 7's just taking a fucking beating. I mean, Meta's doing pretty good in this bloodbath, so is Apple. But everything's down on the Mag 7. MicroStrategy is in deep bear territory now, boys. It needed to hold it there. It's looking bad on MicroStrategy too. Bitcoin bears are in euphoria, and it just could be the start of the dump. I mean, look at that ocean of fucking red coming in. Okay, so there could potentially be an actual long opportunity today if this thing flushes out and we see some sort of low time frame structure getting built. The BitMEX boys are trying to put up a fight here too. But this is a dangerous spot to put a fight up. Maybe just some profit taking on their end. They're sitting here telling you to buy. Look at Sailor in the chat, bro. Guys, you gotta save Sailor's bags. Come on, boys. I mean, Burry called Palantir dump and Nvidia dump, but he was like 1 day too late, man. 1 day too late for Michael Burry. All right, boys. Get down, take cover. Take cover. It could happen right now. It could happen right now. The flood is starting. It's starting! Uh-oh. The flood's starting. The flood is starting. Get down. Get down. Take cover. Oh god, boys. Look at those orders rolling in. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought so far. It still could get worse. Hold on. Hold your horses. We got some profit taking at a new low. We need more than just profit taking coming in here on Biddy. If you're new here, this line does not mean long. It means this is where the flood starts to come in. Okay, it looks like they just swept the perpetuals. It's still technically an equal low on the high time frame. That's not a deep enough sweep to confirm non-equal low. Michael Saylor is getting real desperate in the chat, boys. We got Mo Low calling for more low. Oh, damn, boys, they really can't stop the selling here. Look at how nasty that 4-hour candle looks on Bitcoin. The bears in the chat are fucking celebrating right now. I have to assume that if you've been here at least once this week, then that you grabbed a short at some point, because there was multiple opportunities to hedge. And last week I told you it's not bad to hedge. I really hinted towards that. Just invert the chart? Alright, yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Look how good Bitcoin looks, boys. Bitcoin looks great right now. Look at that. The eagle might come out. I just need to see us go a little bit lower here and see how the price reacts. So here's the thing. What we're going to see today, if it goes for it, and it could go any minute here, is we could see an imbalance of supply and demand. So right now, another leg lower, oh god, here it comes, is going to wipe out the rest of the longs in November. The rest of the November longs are about to get wiped out right now. Here we go. It's starting to flood a bit. Big red coming in. Big red. Okay, so if the rest of the longs get flushed out and we see demand come into the spot market, there could be an opportunity. We need to get a little bit lower to nullify equal lows. Hold the county line here, boys. Just a little bit lower. A little bit lower into the springboard back into the range. Oh, God. They can't stop the selling. A lot of their screen coming in is profit taking on shorts, but that's not going to be enough. We need spot buyers. We need demand in the spot books. That's the only thing that's going to save it right now. Today's stream is sponsored by Big Red Soda. This thing is fucking ready. They really can't stop the selling at this point. Turn on the circuit breakers. Shut down the market. Shut it down. Turn off the sell button. Turn off the sell button, boys. Halt the markets. Where are the developers? Where's the roadmap? Absolute carnage. I still don't like us holding it here. I would still consider that an equal low. That's no bueno. We're at the point now where we just gotta rip the band-aid off, man. We can't fucking dilly-dally like what we're doing right now. Alright, so on the right, you got the stock market. In the middle, you got high time frame Bitcoin. On the left, you got low time frame Bitcoin. This stream is a little bit abnormal compared to other streams because right now we're at a really important spot, so I'm not going to be going through a lot of stuff until we see what happens here. This is the point of action. This is where the battle really begins. We haven't seen any too big. Yeah, the floods haven't been too big. Let's check out that funding. I'm sure everybody's dogpiling into shorts right now. At the lows. Funding at 0.00 on the positive. 0.004. We got big shorters coming in here on Solana as well. XRP Moonboy still got that regular positive, so XRP Moonboy is still longing it. They don't like to short. This is not the time to request a ticker. If you cash that in with your channel points, I'm not looking at it right now, dude. Bitcoin's under 100, and we're not seeing a big bounce back from under 100. Don't worry, boys. Support always holds, right? What happens when we go under the support? Can we look at Bitcoin? Another big flood coming in. We got some more profit taking from the BitMEX boys. The BitMEX boys are trying hard here. When marbles. We need lower. Can you play the Pump It Up song? Let's just flush this out, boys. Come on now. Rip the band-aid off and turn the boat around. God damn, look at these orders just consistently roll in. VIX hit the target. VIX is at the target. God damn, we might get equal lows. We're not that deep into the target just yet. We've got some room to breathe here on the VIX. If this lines up nicely, we could see a nice little reversal on Biddy. VIX has entered the red box. Yeah, alts are floating this quite nicely. I mean, obviously alts are down, right? Bitcoin's down, but alts should be down 10% right now. Down the hatches, boys. Batten down the hatches. We got a storm on the horizon. All hands on deck. Another wave coming in. Another wave coming in, boys. A little bit lower, and we'll be able to crush these equal lows, and I can be satisfied with it. What happened to 1 million a coin? What happened to that? That's a pretty big wave. Get ready. Here it goes. Here it goes. Here comes the wave. It's not too bad so far. It's not too bad. There it goes. These waves are getting bigger, boys. I told you yesterday, we're not trimming the hedges that hard just yet. We could see a decent trim spot here. See how the market reacts now. Longs are getting flushed out. Bitcoin's rugging us. Look at the capitulation, boys. Okay, more profit taking coming in on shorts. I'm telling you, boys, we need actual buyers on the spot market. Profit taking on shorts is not going to do it. Big sellers at the lows. Okay, that's pretty deep. It still looks like equal lows, but it's really close now. The FOMO rally. VIX is still kicking up into the red box. These waves of green are not moving the price at all. Every time we get a wave of green, it's not moving that shit at all. Big capitulation coming in. There is a panic on the market. Phones are ringing off the hook right now, boys. Yeah, that's also stack lows as well. As case, you're right. So next one's here. Let me mark it out. That's what I'm saying, just a little bit lower. 98.2. Next wave comes in at 98.2. You know, the funny thing about this is Bitcoin's still trading at 98,000. Like, imagine last year you told people there's going to be mass panic at 98,000 where people are going to say that the markets are over. VIX is still kicking up into the red box. S&P is getting slammed hard, boys. Legacy market's taking a beating. We got Tesla down nearly 8%. Silver just turned around a bit here at the hedge spot. Gold's still holding, though. Hold me, Urban. Every wave of green is just not moving that candlestick enough. With the VIX spiking, you got the S&P dumping. They're not going to be supporting the bids. ES still not as bad as NQ. Yeah, that's pretty standard. Tech stocks are going to be more volatile in general. If there's a dump, Nasdaq going to dump way deeper than S&P. Oh god, boys, another wave incoming. Underneath 98.2, we get the end of the FOMO rally. Back to reality to 89. We're getting close. I don't want nobody crying too hard. I gave you 3 opportunities this week to grab a hedge. Never long again, shorting now. If you guys were here this week, you knew where to look for to grab your short. Writing this short to 0. It might be time to trim the hedges a bit here. Let's see. Underneath 98.2, I want to see that reaction. That's going to be the final wave. That wave is either going to capsize the boat or we're going to hold. Hold off on longing right now, boys. Because even a bounce here is not that good. Do we have any... That daily div doesn't even look that good either. Where's Tom? We haven't seen a drop off on the VIX. Waiting for that to update. This is where the 98.2 sweep is going to hit the big icebergs. God damn, we can't even hold anything. The alt market's floating pretty well, though, boys. All things considered, Bitcoin's nearly down as much as the alt market, or the alt market is not down nearly as much. The final equal low, the final support for the FOMO rally is right here, right now. I'm using Tensor for the orders. Almost all the weight I give to the price, or to the where Bitcoin's going, is to the price. Stuff outside of that, only small weight. The last stand of the FOMO rally is right here, right now. And then we go back to reality at 89K, and that's the long-term structure rally. That's not necessarily a good thing, Impaler. You want to see volume on the capitulation. The settings for Tensor is just bottom left click heat maps, turn opacity and min volume all the way to max. That's what my settings are for it. Okay, a little bit of a bounce here. Let's measure it out. Let's see if we can even get a 0.7. So we're looking for, from the swing there, we're looking for a 0.7. We'll put a 0.72. It looks like we just hit the 0.45. So last second shorters on the 200X just got squeezed. And then the 1.2 is a lot to ask for, but we could see it there. I don't even know. All we got was a 0.45. We can't even get the 0.7. I'm not looking for longs just yet, boys. It's just letting the shorts ride. Spot bags are taking heat right now. Okay, we got our first red candle on the VIX. Is there anything to it? We're deeper into the red box now. We just kissed 21. There's still a frenzy on the stock market right now. NASDAQ down 2.2. Yeah, that you want to see a good amount of volume on capitulation. If it's not a lot of volume, that's concerning. Because I don't think we've gotten the big capitulation just yet. All right, let's look at the heat maps on lower frames now. See what that 12 hours looking like. I'm sure we got a bunch of people dogpiling on shorts. Nope, still longs. God damn, dude. Where are the short sellers? Okay, we just took out today's longs pretty hard there. Big capitulation under 89K. That's what I'm thinking, Alexander. I want to see a sweep into 89 with big volume, and the bull market can still survive. VIX is trailing low. Looks like we're getting a little bit of life on the stock market here. It's helping Biddy out. It's helping Biddy out a little bit. Stock market is trying to carry this up. I don't know if they're going to supply bids, though, on Bitcoin. Looks like they're doing a little bit right now. I did warn you boys this last week and a little bit this week and a little bit last week. I was still optimistic for Bitcoin. I tried my best to keep this thing afloat. Okay, if we can go for the 0.72, that's better than yesterday. Yesterday we could barely get the 0.72. S&P is literally carrying Bitcoin on its shoulders right now. The stock market is carrying Bitcoin on its shoulders as the VIX has dipped deep into the red box. If Bitcoin drops here without an imbalance of supply and demand, MicroStrategy is going down big time. Sailor has all hands on deck right now, wondering what the fuck is going on. Michael Saylor has gone ghost in the chat here. We got Disco Inferno playing at the wrong time. Remember, below 98.2 is going to be the big wave. Bitfinex trying to keep this thing afloat as well. You've got Bitfinex and BitMEX both trying to fucking slam the buys, but it's not enough. They can't stop the fucking selling, boys. You got S&P dropping, Wintermute retreating on bids. That's what I'm saying, Impaler. If Sailor actually looked to hold the lows instead of top blasting, we could build some nice fucking structure. He needs someone on his team that knows how to read the price charts. So you can actually provide support where it's needed on the price instead of just top blasting. That's the issue. If you only can think that price can go up and it can't go down, you're just going to keep top blasting. Let it come to you. Remember, boys, markets always have ebbs and flows. The higher you go, you run the risk of some big waves to the downside. All right, S&P giving life to Bitcoin here. We could see a little something something. Come on now. VIX is in the pocket. Look how many people are here today, boys. It's a fucking reunion in the chat. Welcome back, everybody. Just in time for the carnage. For the boys that are just now joining today, I warned the boys that have been here this week to where to hedge and where to look to short. The Bears are having a family reunion in the chat right now. Bitcoin is at the mercy of the stock market right now. We're at equal lows, the 2025 equal lows, Traxy, right? We got big action across the board today, boys. Orders are going to continue to roll in fast today. 88 to 90 incoming. Yeah, that's the area to look. If this 98 breaks and we don't see an imbalance, we want to see an imbalance of supply and demand. We want to see capitulation on the leverage markets. Get the rest of the leverage longs out, and then see the imbalance of supply and demand if we can get one. How's the flow looking? We're getting closer to the icebergs. Still plenty of liquidity provided on the ask side of the book at a time like this is not good. Here we go. Shorts taking profit, trying to hold this thing up. Exactly, Castle. That's what we want to see. That's exactly what we want to see here. That's the only opportunity for a long until 89 is what we see after this flush out. All we could get was the 0.45 out of it. Exactly 89, maybe a little bit under 89. Depends on how many people capitulate. We could sweep under 89 for a little bit, but we want to see big volume there. I'm telling you, if we hold 89 in a big way and it checks all the boxes for me, I can go back to being a full bull. Okay? It's going under. It's going under. Yeah, I don't know if we'll get 85k today. It usually doesn't drop that hard that quickly. That would be really bad. Okay, Perpetuals just got sweeped. It looks like they're trying to build. We got some tight divergence building. Okay, okay, come on now. So we go for the high that target if this holds. So we're gonna see if this holds what happens above here. This is the high that created it. If we can't even do that, this thing's gonna take a beating, boys. It's a fucking 5-minute divergence. That's literally the only thing we can rely on right now. We can't even get the 5-minute divergence. It's gonna be failed accumulation. This thing's gonna drop hard if it goes low again. Come on now. I'm tempted to put the eagle in where we're at. I'm not convinced just yet though. We're sitting too close to where people are sweating bullets right now. We're hovering on the final invalidation, so people are sweating fucking bullets where we're at. Some of them are gonna press red. Put Sailor. We need a Michael Saylor emote. Somebody send me a cropped. Send me a Michael Saylor face with the background removed on it, and I'll see if I can put it on TradingView. Mods, get on it. Get on it, stat. All right, there you go. It's the last hold before the big drop. We don't know how many people are gonna go panic mode here, though. I'm not confident in this eagle, boys. The previous eagles, I was a little bit more confident. In this one, I'm a little shaky on. But we did get the divergence, so that's good. If this eagle doesn't hold, we're gonna see big blood. S&P's barely floating here. What does the eagle mean? The last two times I put the eagle on the chart with the arrow, I was confident that we'd get a little bit of a recovery rally. Both times it worked. This time I'm not as confident on it. In fact, I probably shouldn't even have the eagle there. Check general chat. Okay, thank you, Gubadon. Let's see. No, I need him to look like sideways. Is there one where he looks sideways? Like the eagle? Alright, this one will do for now. Let's see if I can add it to the chart. There we go, boys. It's a little bit distorted with the... We have the Eagle and Sailor with the 5-minute bull div, just sweeping out the perpetuals on the FOMO rally. Come on, Sailor. BitMEX boys are fighting hard now. For the Bitfinex whales in the chat, the BitMEX boys are fighting right now. You gotta back them up. There we go. There we go. Alright, pay attention to what happens at the high. This is the high that created it. We could see a small imbalance above there. We got some Bybit boys taking profit. Big profit taking on the Bybit side. Send in the cavalry. If you didn't grab this long, don't worry. I wasn't very confident in it. We're gonna see what happens at the highs, though. Is VIX at top of the pocket? Where did we kiss up to on VIX? Okay, nice. VIX is trailing low. Fail 20 now, VIX, and we're back. ETH looking good? Not really, bro. Not really. You want to see good fluidity a bit higher on ETH here. You want to see the hold at around 32, 37, but the wave of selling that came in, ETH got beat up pretty bad on that as well. We want to see this chart go down, boys. This chart going down saves a lot of the assets right now. Okay, this is a good, champ. Thank you. That's what we'll use. Can we get the background removed on it, though? If that's where it fails, that is absolutely devastation. Because all we did was take out the high that created it and hit the reverse. That's really bearish. If it doesn't, if it punts here, that's really bearish, boys. Look, I'm gonna get rid of these things because the chart's getting messy. But look, all we did was so far. I mean, we could get more. All we did was sweep the high of it. Come on, don't fail here, Biddy. That's devastation if you fail here. Ask side of the market still has plenty of liquidity. Wintermute does not give a fuck right now. Come on, Vixie Poo, what are you doing here? This is where we want to see a bounce across the board. We want to see stonks bounce here, Bitcoin bounce, everything bounce here, or it's bad. Real bad. We're in a spot where it's bounce or deep sea dive. This song goes out to all the Ruskies in the chat. Dude, if VIX pumps above this, guys, it's gonna look real bad across for everything, not just Bitcoin. I mean, if we pump out of this box on VIX, it's is that all we're gonna get out of that bull div? Oh God, come on, VIX, what are you doing? Next stop on the train is 89K. It very well might be, Grim. It very well might be. You remove the background? Okay, thank you. Can you explain why the VIX is important? Sure. A lot of the liquidity providers and market makers that provide liquidity on both sides of the chart for the order book for Bitcoin have a lot of their models based off of the how the S&P moves. So a lot of the time, like if I pull up the S&P on the 1 minute, it's not going to look just when volatility is high. It doesn't really look that similar. Um, so these charts look fairly similar. Again, when volatility is really high, they don't look as similar. But basically, if the American stock market is dumping, it means that they're going to be retreating on the bid side of the book very quickly, and and the volatility index. I don't like to do technical analysis on the indices, but I don't mind doing on the VIX. I'm pretty consistent with it on the VIX. So if there's volatility on the stock market, it usually means that it's going down, and this chart it charts out the volatility on the stock market. So we want to see this chart go red, and everything else can go up. Simple as that. TradingView doesn't update this chart very quickly, though. Not as quick as the other ones. We need the Russians and the Americans to work as a team here. That's the only way we're pulling this thing up. Here we go. The eagle plus the sailor picture. Let's at least punish these last second shorters. It's on. This is on the 1 minute. On the 5 minute, it's not too much info between. Here, look. S case. Only two candles between on the 5 minute. You see? Very similar to the hourly one we saw. Daily div? Yeah, there's no daily div, I don't think. Yeah, this daily div doesn't look good, man. It's too much data. All right, boys, we hit the top of the arrow. Now it's not. It's out of my hands now, boys. A good old, hey boys, don't you like a good old crypto dump right around the holidays so that your family can be like, "What happened to Bitcoin? You told us Bitcoin was going to go up." All right, I did my job, boys. I gave you the arrow to the T and the Michael Saylor and Eagle. It's out of my hands now. Why is this song saying go down? The song saying go down. Add more lines. I did my job, man. It's up to y'all boys to pump it now. Oh god, the fucking volatility index is not slowing down. This is bad news. Jesus Christ, this chart is looking scary, boys. We don't want to kick up above 50 on the VIX. Kick up above 50 and we might get a lot of blood on the legacy market as well as Bitcoin. I mean, look at these waves of green. Okay, pay attention to this, right? When you see a big wave of orders come in, watch how the 1 minute candle responds to it. If we get a wave of green that comes in and that candle barely budges, that means they're providing heavy liquidity on the ask side and not so much on the bid side. We might be going deeper into the red box on the VIX. That could be the straw that breaks the back right now. Yeah, Sol looks like Garbanzo right now, dude. Solana looks like fucking garbage. Guys, where we're at currently with the market sentiments and the structures, if you look at, I can go through all the alts, so there's recordings of me going through them. They're in the hands of Bitcoin. Once Bitcoin structure breaks, it's in the hands of the S&P. That's why the VIX chart is up. It's up for, we need bigger asset classes to start pumping so we can get proper liquidity provision on the bid side, and then also we get more risk on. But right now it's risk off for a lot of people until this VIX drops. Okay, in the last 10 minutes, we have seen more people press the green button on the spot market, so we're getting a little bit of spot confluence here, but it's not that much. Hourly just started here. It'll round out our 4 hour too. We need more spot buying to come in to save this thing. Okay, there we go. We're getting some spot buying. There we go. I'm watching the spot flow on the right over here. God damn, dude. Knock the VIX down, boys. Knock the VIX down. Save the markets. Even Kramer doesn't know what to do. Exactly, Cashflow. That's the area to look for on the shitcoins. Near already did it really well. You want to see whatever shitcoin you like, you want to see that retest happen there, and it needs to hold there. The lower the volume they had on that capitulation wick on in Binance, the Binance like shutdown thing in early October, the worst. You wanted to see big volume come in on that wick. Not Kramer. Was Kramer bullish on Bitcoin today? Is that what happened? If Trump has any speeches today, he's probably going to talk about crypto. Put a 69 in the chat if you're scared right now, boys. 69 in the chat if you're scared. Not the fucking 6-7s. Yo, ban 6-7 from the chat. Don't let them put 6-7 in. Ban it as a phrase. Not on a day like this. Okay. Yeah, if you bought Tesla today, I mean, you got to be pretty brave. This is the spot. This is the first spot, but it's the more aggressive play on Tesla. We just swept out the lows, right? Now you want to see a rebound back into the range. We're not seeing too much life on it right now with the VIX going down, though. So you want to see this happen first, and then this looks good. We haven't gotten the first part in Tesla, so we look here now. All right, now put a 1 in the chat if you grabbed one of the short sells I talked about this week. You had 3 opportunities to grab one. Leo, ban the fucking 6-7. We got Biggie Papa as the DJ right now. Dude, look at the fucking volatility index, man. They might be going for a short squeeze on Beatty, but that's all I can see right now with the VIX going up. Okay, so we still have more people pressing the green button in the last 15 minutes, but you can see how shallow that volume is, right? The volume's still pretty shallow. We don't have that many brave soldiers stepping in right now. We've got some. That's what I'm saying, Vinny. Let's just rip the band-aid off, go low, and then reverse this thing. We need to stop pussyfooting in the hole. Steady now, boys. Depending on what happens after the big sweep under 98, then it might be time to start to trim the hedges. mean, you should already trim them a little bit, obviously. It's good to take profits on the shorts we talked about, but the bigger trims could happen depending on what we see. Yeah, the silver lining right now, boys, is precious metals are still floating along pretty nicely, and same thing with a lot of the alt market. Is it not odd, right? Is it not odd that the alts are not dumping even more right now? Look at your watch list. Why are the alts not even more in the red? I mean, Ethereum is, right? A lot of the other majors are barely moving. Like Zcash is floating along. The copy traders are here in full force since I've been nailing it this week. Exactly, Anux. And it's a good and a bad thing, right? The reason why it's a good and a bad thing is good because there could be a lot of opportunities. Bad because when do altcoins normally pump? At what stage of the 4-year cycle do altcoins normally pump? Exactly. This is not the end. I agree. I'm not aborting Bitcoin until we get to 89 and I see what happens down there. All right, here's a crazy idea, right? I don't like to speculate this far into advance, but let's hear me out. Okay, so we hold 89, right? We see something like this. I think that takes us to a new all-time high, and then we could see something like this. You don't want to do that though, boys. You don't want to predict that far ahead, but I could definitely see that as a possibility. And throughout that rally to the new all-time high, I think that's where we see alts rally too. So alts rally with Bitcoin to that new all-time high. If it's an insignificant one, big profit taking. Yeah, with dominance crashing, exactly. That's if it all lines up like that, we'll see. Here's the thing though, boys. What could throw a wrench into a Bitcoin rally? I haven't said this in a while, but a lot of you have been here for a while probably know. What throws a wrench into a Bitcoin rally? Exactly, along the top. Along the top got it right. War could be a reason, yeah, but if the stock market crashes, it doesn't matter how good Bitcoin looks from a technical perspective. It will follow. It doesn't matter how good gold looks from a technical perspective. It will follow. It will never crash. Dude, one of the reasons why the stock market is doing so good, and this is applicable throughout decades, right? Is because the thing that it's traded against is doing so poorly. The stock market looks good until you factor in inflation. What are all these assets traded against? Yep. Dollar bills. Bingo. If we didn't have inflation, what do you think these charts would look like? I mean, Bitcoin would still be looking good, right? But what about the stock market? Yeah, closer to a flat line. Bitcoin would still look good though. Bitcoin outpaces inflation in a big way. The stock market does recently, it has been, but not in a big way. All right. Do we pull out any of the secret weapons here, boys, or do you think it's too early to do it? No, we're not doing marbles right now, guys. We're not doing marbles. I'm talking about little bubble. How do you save a market that has rising inflation? Technology is the only way. Technology has to outpace the inflation. AI is the Hail Mary play. Okay, Biddy's going for a little bit something. A little something something here, Biddy. Come on now. Vic's ticking low. Okay, good. You must have technology outpace inflation. It's a constant battle. Both of them compound too. Inflation is going to compound, technology compounds. That's the battle. If the AI bubble pops, it's going to get bad, boys. Look at Palantir. Well, now that Burry has capitulated, I bet you Palantir is going to go deep sea diving. If we're in a simulation, that's what's going to happen. Yeah, this looks pretty. This looks dog water, dude. Look at this, boys. Palantir, right? 170 is going to hold, right? Don't worry, boys. 170 is going to hold. Yeah, it's a fucking insane PE ratio. I mean, we've seen insane PE ratios, right? But Palantir is fucking nuts. And you know how many fucking leveraged instruments there are around fucking Palantir as well? Yeah, let's 2x, let's 3x lever up a 400 PE ratio. That's fine. Okay, Biddy. Yep, exactly, PJ. Okay, Biddy. A little something something here. Good old fashioned equal lows come in to save the day. Not so fast though. Okay, if this thing does bounce pretty nicely, next spot to look for is 102.6. But honestly, these are big time equal lows, so we could get more out of it. We definitely did hunt some of the stops, but at the same time, we created equal lows. We didn't get all of the stops. We didn't get all of the invalidations. We didn't go deep enough to do it, but we definitely got a lot of them. You don't have to enable follower only right now, Leo. It's fine. Let the people talk. They can talk shit if they want to, too. Was that the 0.7? That might have been more, actually. Let's see. Yeah, I hold spot as well, dude. I got mixed emotions right now because, the shorts are working out nicely, but the spot bags are taking heat. There we go, Vixie Poo. Drop below 2050. Come on now. Next print, let's print below 2050 and we're good. There's nothing wrong with hedging though. It's all about trend lines. There we go, Vixie. Come on now. A little bit lower. If we see this, assets have room to breathe. They can bounce back a bit now. Fuck. Is it bad if we make a new all-time high from here? I mean, it's always possible that we do, but the reason why it's bad is because um, we've left behind very fragile market structure. The UK market maker saved it. Yeah, all I gotta do is put a bald eagle in it and it saves it. I'm still not confident just yet though. We just left behind really fragile structure, but it's long-term fragile structure, so maybe we can get away with it and pump it a bit more. If you're a bull in the chat right now, if you want Biddy to show some life, you gotta root for this thing to go down, man. You gotta root for this red box to hold. Okay, VIX under 250.50. 250, 2055, sorry. 2055. What's up, Wyvern? S&P's not gonna be open for too much longer, but it looks like it's gonna have some life near the close. Yeah, refills on near, potentially. We need people to get bearish on near for the refills. It depends how long that bid was there, Tony. If that bid was there for multiple days, then it's less likely it was spoofed. Come on, Vixie. U.S. stock market needs to save the day. Where are the Americans at? Next print on Vixie, please be red. Yeah, don't worry. Palantir is going to hold 170, dude. It bounced off it so many times, it's got to hold it, right? What is that volatility? It's a volatility index for the S&P 500. A lot of market makers that go delta neutral, or look, you can call them liquidity providers, whatever. Delta neutral, people that provide liquidity on the bid and the ask in crypto. Some of their model is based off of the S&P 500. So that's why if you put it like on a non-volatile day, like today's volatile, so it's not going to look that similar. But on a normal day, you can put an S&P chart and a Bitcoin chart on the 1 minute side by side, and they'll look fairly similar. If the volatility chart is going up, it likely means that the S&P is going down. If the S&P is going down after Bitcoin broke structure, Bitcoin's going to be going down even more. And Bitcoin did break structure a couple weeks ago. We've been trying to rebuild it, but it just keeps getting clobbered. God, is that really all we can get, Bitcoin? Come on now. Oh God, it's building at the lows. We got some greedy moon boys coming in long and hard here. Pump it. Pump it. I'm doing what I can here, boys. I put a down arrow on the VIX. We just need to, let's print at least another 3 minute low on the VIXie. Is this fucking Katy Perry playing at a time like this? Oh, the VIX is just relentless today, boys. Oh man, even the S&P is giving me the spooks right now, dude. Even the fucking stock market's looking spooky as a motherfucker right now. Boys, I think we have to pull out the trend lines at this point. High time frame structure broke, low time frame structure broke. 3 examples of imbalances of supply and demand. I think our only option is to pull out the Tory trend lines. I think that's the only thing that could save Biddy here. Urban, the spookiest streamer. It's just where we're at right now, man. That's all. We could be okay here if VIX rejects. For now. It's where we're at on the high time frame that has me worried. We need Sailor back on the chart. God damn it, dude. Sailor, we need the pump right now. Hey, Zenith. Look at that schnoz on Sailor. I don't know, boys. Does this look like a trustworthy face? What do you think? Would trust him with my 401k. Even the Tory trend line's breaking, dude. Come on. Thank God the legacy market's gonna close soon. The legacy market was 24/7. This could get really bad. First time the arrow doesn't work. I mean, this arrow's kind of a joke, you know. I'm really just trying what I can to help it. But I told you guys, the only play today is to long it, but it's not a good long. It's a spooky fucking long. And don't discount the arrow just yet. But Vix is back in the red box. Get your magnets out. Bro, here's the thing, right? If we're gonna do it, let's just do it. We don't need to leave behind this fragile market structure. Let's just rip the band-aid off, and then we can see the capitulation. I want to see that imbalance of supply and demand at the lows, and then we're fine. But hanging around here is just building more liquidity. Like, look at the lower time frame too. People are jumping into longs right now at the same spot of where the final wave is. The significance of the red box is just looking at the fluidity of it. So, well, this chart doesn't really show it, but it's the same stuff that I use on any financial instrument that has a lot of leverage. So I'm looking at extremities. Like classical technical analysis would tell you to discount a lot of this stuff. Basically, where did people lose in the past and what happened afterwards? Depending on what happened afterwards, makes these more or less valid. It's easier to see this since we're on 3 chart mode. This is a different chart than my 2 chart mode. All right, boys. I literally put an arrow on the VIX. I'm trying for Biddy here, man. We had to pull out a fucking Michael Saylor picture right now. That's how bad it is. You know it's bad when you have a Michael Saylor on the chart. Nothing against him. I'm just saying we need it. We need his support right now. Yep, you're right, Tony. 4 hour and about 20 minutes. So we have enough room for a bottom wick. We have enough breathing room for the bottom wick, and it'll be fine. We're fine, boys. We're fine. Bitcoin's not gonna die. Okay. Have I tried the pump it up strategy? This is not the time for that, Bitstar. This is not the time for that. When we're making new all-time highs, that's when we bust out the pump it up song. Somebody get Sailor on the horn. Tell him we need the machine gun. Could we see a 92K? We might. That's asking for a lot tonight. What we're looking for tonight, and technically today, for Americans, but for the Europeans, what we need to see is what happens underneath 98.20. If we can get that. So here's the thing, right? In the last couple years, we've seen this trend of equal lows, equal highs type shit so many times. What is the issue with an equal low? Well, you might get a pump from it, right? But the issue with it is now everybody who's longed Bitcoin since late June, if they still have a long open, they now have it in the same spot. And the people that are longing Bitcoin right now are sharing the same invalidation with the perpetual boys from over here. You also have the psychological thing, right? People are telling their friends, bro, look, see, I told you, it's bounced twice now from 98,000. It's going to hold 98,000. It keeps bouncing from that. That's not a good thing. But like I said, the last couple years, we've seen equal lows, produce nice little moves. The question is, will those moves have legs to them? And the other question is, is that fragile market structure? And the answer to that is yes. Yeah, we could see a pump from here based off of what's happened in the last couple of years. Now, it goes against my principles to take a trade based off that logic, but that's how the meta has shifted a bit. Pretty much, we started seeing it in 2023 on the later like quarter 3, 4 in 2023, and we've seen it become more and more popular. I mean, in 2025, we've seen it so many times. Look at this, right? Look at this on Bitcoin. Equal highs, right? Equal highs. And then bang. Now what do we got? Big time equal lows. So we might get something out of it. But this is still fragile market structure for the bears up here. Because you left behind all these short sellers in the same spot. The big impulse. I honestly, dude, I know this sounds bearish, but it's actually bullish. To take this out and then see what happens underneath it is better than just pumping it. You know, we might just pump it, but in my opinion, it's better to do something like this and flush out all of these guys before starting the next upward move. That way we don't leave behind fragile market structure. Now this chart's all fucked up, but I mean, look at that, dude. Support resistance traders are in euphoria. Look at that. Look at that tag. Fucking insane. And you can see right now, people are building the stop losses right underneath it and the liquidation points right underneath it. People opening up longs right now are sharing that exact same pocket and they might not realize it. But them not realizing it is our benefit. All right, this whole hour we've definitely had more green pressing happening, but it's still pretty shallow. Dude, look at the S&P. Equal lows on the S&P on the low time frame too. Stock market gunning for the equal lows. I'm getting rid of the arrow. All right, you guys want to know the carnage today? In the last 24 hours, 181,000 traders were liquidated. Total liquidations come out to about 650 million. If we account for Binance being shady and hiding liquidations, it's easily over a billion. Another billion worth of liquidations came in today, just like yesterday. 181,000 walls were just punched. Completely wiped out. Why are they hiding it? The why question isn't that important. I mean, obviously it looks bad if a bunch of people are getting liquidated on their exchange, but if two market participants get liquidated at the exact same time, they only count it as one. It has to be the exact same time though, pretty much. If 10 get liquidated at one time, they only count it as one. So you can imagine that 650 million liquidation number is a lot fucking higher. We don't know how much higher, but it's a lot fucking higher. Easily over a billion, maybe multiple billions. I believe it's a millisecond, but somebody in the chat knows exactly the number. Everybody gets nuked together. Binance, just one unlucky dude got liquidated yesterday. Yes, exactly, Dragon Shot. Dragon Shot, let's say that you had the biggest trading account. Imagine for with me, boys, you had the biggest trading account, okay? How do you get your orders filled? Because you need somebody on the other side who's willing to take the trade against you. So if you want to buy, you need somebody who's willing to sell at the same size. Okay, now let's imagine it's more than just one person. If you can engineer it so that you have a fuck ton of people in the same spot willing to take the same other side of your trade at the same time, now you've got enough people, now you've got enough liquidity without incurring slippage. So you want to buy a bunch of Bitcoin, you want to sell a bunch of Bitcoin, but you don't want the price to move a lot when you're doing it. So let's say you want to buy a bunch of Bitcoin, right? You don't want the price to do this because now you're not getting filled here. You're more likely, most of your fills are going to happen at the top. More often than not. It depends on what the book looks like, but that's usually how it is based off how they capture the spread between the ask and the bid. It's usually thicker in the back. So instead of just buying it here, what could you do? Taylor just gave me a jump scare, bro. I'm getting rid of that. Um, you can knock the price down here, and now you got everybody selling into at the same time, and you can get filled here with minimal slippage. Does that make sense? The other option that a lot of people do is OTC, but OTC is where, like, I don't want to talk too much shit about OTC, but most of you in here know what I'm inferring. All right, S&P wants to go for the lows. Biddy's still trying to hold on here. BitMEX boys are really putting up a fight today. Now, if they're delta neutral, that doesn't apply to them. That's mainly directional based traders. If a market maker or liquidity provider is just trying to get delta neutral, then what I said doesn't apply to them. You think alts can move if Bitcoin moves sideways for a while? Yeah, I think they can. Alts are doing pretty good today, all things considered. Obviously, they're red, but Jesus, S&P. Look at that. Lows just fell out on the S&P. Look at that carnage. S&P almost down 2% on the day. Look at that carnage, bro. It's coming in on Bitcoin now. Look at that. Big time drop on the stock market. This is the 1 minute chart, though, just so everyone's aware. Yeah, it's no bueno, I agree. Look how fast Bitcoin reacted to that. The BitMEX boys might capitulate on trying to push this thing up. They're fighting a fucking stampede right now. Decoupled my ass. Yeah, no, literally. So many people were saying, "Oh, Bitcoin's decoupled, boys. It's decoupled." Well, you just saw it happen live. Does that look decoupled to you? The longs right now are a little bit greedy, right? That's the only play that you can do right now is to long it. But what we want is we want the equal lows to just get crushed, and then we want to see is there actually enough supply to match that move. That's a pretty good rebound on the S&P. Let's see if it can regain the lows. Does anyone know if that's where dealers are unloading on the ES and Q? NQ is down big time. VIX just made a new high in the red box. Well, the BitMEX boys are still fighting for it here. What's up, Quantum? Only VIX and oil are pumping. Yeah, it's big red on the watch list. Tesla's making a little bit of a comeback now. Porter John's happy about Tesla finally moving green. Okay, S&P's fighting back for the lows. You didn't get fully filled on Tesla. Your bigger bids are at 375, right, PJ? Or in that ballpark? All right, here we go. 5 seconds. 4 hours about to close. 4 hour closed. Get the bottom wick over with early. That'd be ideal. Okay, you see this middle chart? This is the 4 hour chart. This one just opened. This one just closed. You're waiting for 24.3 on the NQ? Yeah, it's got a bit more to go. You might not get that till tomorrow. I mean, who knows, dude? It's fucking carnage on the streets right now. We still need to get the top wick on the 4 hour. This might be a debate right here. This dump might be a debate on this 1 minute. God damn, look at the fluidity on the 1 minute though. Jesus Christ. No top wick with the failed bull div, right? Dude, that's just a recipe for a dump. If we can't get a top wick here, that is a recipe for some. Come on. Should bait the bears right now. It's a debate. There we go. Get above this. Okay, the spread is tightening up. Still big liquidity provided on both sides here. We've got a new iceberg that's getting thicker here at 97. Okay, restriction just went in. Do you think it's hopium? I don't know. These are normally debates. These dumps right here are normally debates. But with all things considered, I mean, if enough people get scared at the same time, it could still fucking. Even the greedy bears can get paid here. God, that would be fucking devastating. The restriction's in too. Oh, it just got lifted. Dude, it's so hard to get this pump going with the S&P going down. Come on, S&P. Guys, at this point, I can draw more like meme arrows, but I'm not confident in arrows like that right now. Let's just rip the band-aid off and see what happens. Let's enter the void. Yeah, Bitcoin's gonna test 69K and then it's gonna rocket up to 420K. No top wick 4 hours. Fucking crazy with all the other circumstances. Oh god. Even the greedy bears are getting paid. That's how fucking bloody it is. Look at that. Wave of green just came in big time. The candle barely fucking moved. Uh-oh. Is it coming right now? Alright, boys, strap in. It might happen. They're still putting up a little bit of a fight here. A little bit of a counter punch. We're getting really close to that iceberg. Stock market's not going to be open for too much longer, but god damn, it is bloody on the stock market too, boys. Oh god. It could break right now. Look at the flood starting to come in. The flood's starting to come in. The flood. Holy shit, look at those orders. It's still a little bit of a tease. I don't think we hit the big one yet. Hold on. I don't think we hit the big one just yet. No, a little bit lower. A little bit lower for the big one. So profit taking on shorts just bounce that thing. Now we need spot buyers though. Local shorts taking profit pumps it up a bit here pretty quickly, so that's a good sign, but you have to have it back run with spot orders or it's no good. Dude, look how hard it is for Bitcoin. It's trying to mount a defense, but the S&P is just dropping, dude. Where are we at on the VIXie? We're getting close to the top of the red, aren't we? Oh god, that does not look good. We still got some breathing room at the top of the red. Was there really a death cross? Nice. It's good and it's bad, man. Like, I want to see Bitcoin go up, but can we just fucking rip this band-aid off? We barely tapped into it. It looked like it was gonna break right there. It got really close to it. Yeah, exactly, S-case. Low time frame divs right now. I mean, the thing is, we're at such a big high time frame zone. It's hard to rely. Normally, you don't really even want to rely on low time frame divs. That's really the only thing we have left. The two things we have left for a pump is the S&P pumping and a low time frame div. And if you're in that kind of situation where you need those things to fix it, that's scary, man. You can see how polarized this book is right now. The order book is so fucking unsure. The thing about it though is even as a result of that, oh yeah, liquidity got a bit thinner. Okay, that makes sense. Just a bit thinner on the ask side. Okay, nice. What you don't want right now in the stock market is you don't want passive people to wake up and get scared. Because the float is so high across the board that even the active market participants are able to fucking knock it down. You run the risk of that, man. The higher you pump it up, the harder it is to maintain float, and the more exposed the market is to active market participants being able to push it down. which is fine most of the time, right? You just don't want passive market participants to wake up and get scared and start selling. That's when it gets really bloody. Bitcoin's fucking teasing us right now. Pretty good retest. Everybody in the chat just went lurker mode. Is everyone trading right now? Why did everyone go lurker mode? Don't tell me you're opening up your exchanges and just spamming the sell button. The red button's banned. We're banning the red button. Hold you, boys. No one's allowed to press the red button until we're on the moon. People went to go grab the popcorn. Champ is deep in his bottle right now. We might buy this dip. I don't know. I have to see. I need to see how the market reacts. Maybe. 89 is still the plan though. Gotta let somebody else catch the knife if they can actually, if we see that imbalance and it looks better. Because once you enter the void, it's really hard to tell. You need to let structure develop. And we're really fucking close to the void. Right now, you have, for Bitcoin, you have some passive guys coming in. That's why it's hard to predict how much fear could actually come in. Zcash is actually up on the day, boys. Disney down another 10%. Glam, you really like trading Disney, right? All right, here we go. You gonna do it this time, Biddy? Yeah, Glam, that's a classic buy the rumor, sell the news. All right, are we going into the flood zone? God, Bitcoin's teasing the fucking. They're trying so hard to defend this, dude. A lot of what we're seeing is just every time we make a new low, shorts are just taking profit, which is going to flood in market buys. But the reason why it's not being maintained is because you don't have the demand from the spot market. We had a decent amount of demand coming in the last hour, but it really wasn't as significant. Look how close we are to that iceberg, boys. Who in their right mind would sell a short here? Greedy bears are shorting right now. The boys in here, if they the boys in here this week have had multiple opportunities to grab shorts. Right now, it's just really a greedy bears that are doing it. But it actually might work because of how fucking bearish the S&P is. No, this is a lot of spot selling. What's an iceberg? Just a big order that's been in the books for a long time. Like, look, let's watch it. Let's see if it gets cracked right now. Okay, defend it again. Every time we bounce off of it and we don't make a new high, that's not good though. They keep chunking it right now. They're chunking it. All right, still defended. Your son just asked you if you're a bear or a cow. Are they seeing the pictures up here of the bear and the bull? What would you guys prefer, to watch the iceberg get chunked on this screen or the other one? There it goes. Look at that. It's gonna get chunked right now. Watch it get. Look there. It's getting eaten by sharks right now. The sharks are the sharks are circling. Bro, this fucking iceberg is holding on. Jesus Christ. It says 250, but it's likely a lot more than 250, Biddy. This guy is fucking holding the market on his back right now. Oh, there we go. So yeah, if you tap the iceberg, you might get machine gun fire coming in. They're waking up the beast right there. Yeah, it could easily get cracked. You know how many times we've seen icebergs get cracked? Look at this one. It's already a lot smaller than it was because they tagged it. You don't want to go back and tag it again. It could break it. Oh no. We could be going back to it again. This guy's trying to hold it. Once this gets cracked, it's going straight to the OTC desk. Dude, look at this Chad right now, bro. Fucking one-man army. It could be multiple. It could be multiple. You just call it an entity if you want, but usually these icebergs are at the round numbers. So this one's pretty much at 98 flat. They've so far bounced off the iceberg, but 98 flat is right here. It's pretty much where it tagged. You see? 98,040 cents. Bitcoin wants to go for a short squeeze, but the issue is the S&P keeps dumping, so Wintermute just keeps retreating. Oh, it looks like this guy's got some backup now. The reason why is the reason why is because most people when they buy or sell crypto, they want to use the market buy or market sell button. So it gives all the power to the fucking liquidity provider. I don't know for sure if it's one guy or if it's a team of guys or if it's, whatever it is, but an entity. Please don't curse as much. My dog is listening. All right. I won't curse since it's your dog. They're going after him again, boys. Tell your dog that we think he's a good boy. He's his champ. Oh, the Coinbase whale is back. Welcome back, Coinbase whale. Is that Sailor? I guess some of the boys are feeling inspired to help this guy out, but look at how much it got chunked from the last hit. It was at like 250, now it's at 150. Your buddy bought Doge at the peak of the peak during the election night pump. What should I tell him? Welcome to crypto. Dude, the markets have no mercy, man. They don't care what you want. They're gonna do what they're gonna do. All right, looks like some reinforcements have arrived. I don't know if it's gonna be enough though. Thank God the S&P is gonna close soon though. It only says like 150 Bitcoin, but there's likely gonna be more behind this. You have to factor in hidden orders. And this is that order book that we were looking at. That's just the Binance order book. AGGR.trade, Alexander. Oh, 4 hour flip green. Okay, we're finally getting the top wick, huh? Just a big debate. Yeah, this is coin glass. This is tensor charts, and then the orders flowing in on the right. That's from AGGR.trade. These are all real live orders that are rolling in at this very moment. Now you also have to keep in mind a lot of these orders have leverage behind them. Some of them have no leverage, some of them have leverage behind them. I believe it's this US Live. I believe that's the right link. And then you can see the little icons. Like you see that blue one there with the C, that's Coinbase. Most of them are Binance, so the white little I don't know, like diamond is Binance. The yellow Binance one is Spot. The black X is OKX, and then the yellow one is Bybit. There's also sometimes you'll see Bitfinex come in, BitMEX, um, Bitstamp. Bitstamp is going to be those spot orders coming in as well. They're pretty much the same, Alexander. It's pretty similar. It's just preference. And sometimes you'll see like a wave of green come in, right? But the price won't go up that much, or you'll see a wave of red and the price won't go down that much because these are market orders. These are people that don't want to wait in the books, they just want to get filled immediately. And then these are the books, at least the spot books. So these are people that are willing to wait for the price that they want. And they're waiting for somebody else to do the market order into those orders. Crypto people love doing the market orders, as you can see. They're rolling in all the time. Most of the time, you're not going to see an individual order that's like over 10 million. The reason why is because slippage. So if you wanted to sell like more than 10 million, you do it in small chunks. That way you don't like, move the market too much and you don't pay slippage. But yeah, this is flowing 24/7 from around the world. Dude, look at this. The S&P is doing starting to mount a comeback, but Biddy can't. Looks like hunters are just coming in and trying to knock it down. Directional based market makers coming out of the woodwork when fear hits the market. VIX is retracing. Yeah, it looks like it with this going up. That's really good. It's really good. There's going to be settling of orders on the S&P because it's nearing close. Ooh. We got like a 15-minute bull div. It's a pretty nice 15-minute bull div that printed. Not too bad. That's the area to pay attention to if the div plays out above the high that created the insignificant low. Yeah, we tapped into the iceberg a bit, but we just chunked it. We didn't take it out, so it looks like some people are feeling inspired. Also, what do you notice about this, right? There's more market selling going on. More people are pressing the red button, but the candle's going up. That's another thing to note. It's likely due to the fact that the S&P is going up, so liquidity provision on the bid side is going to be thicker. We actually could break the bear structure here. We're starting to crack the bear structure on the 1 minute. If we crack the bear structure, we could actually go for a run. It's pretty close. You need the S&P to help, though. Not too much longer, Dragon. Like 30 minutes. Ooh. A weekly SR flip. Hmm. God, that weekly candle looks atrocious. I don't see it. Look at that weekly candle. God damn. We got a lot of ground to regain if we're going to try and pump it without sweeping the lows. We swept them a little bit, but I mean like a proper sweep. Urban, tell us when to press green and we'll press green. It's up to you, man. It's your money. You do what you want with it. I'm still a little standoffish where we're at right now. I mean, this one worked out right, but it's not much. Let's see what happens above this high on the S&P if we can get there. If the market will even still be open. I mean, look at this 4 hour, right? We got a lot of ground to regain. We got 3 hours and 20 minutes left on this candle here to regain all of that. It's possible. I've seen it happen, but it's going to be a fight if we can even do it. What are you looking at for longs? So the safer long, which by the way, it's kind of a meme to call long safe right now, is this one here. This is where people started to panic, and this is where people got liquidated and flushed out. So Bitcoin hits 100K, right? Everybody and their grandma starts to buy Bitcoin. People start to leverage in longs. Okay? And then we find a bottom at around 89K. We bounce off it multiple times. Right? So we bounced off it there, 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 there. So now everybody thinks 89K is the safe zone, right? It's not going to break. Then when it does break, people get liquidated. People hit their stop losses. People hit the panic sell button. Okay? Now, as a result, Bitcoin didn't do this when that happened. So if everybody's pressing the sell button, why didn't Bitcoin do that? Okay? So you can argue accumulation took place here. Where did the bid start to get filled? The bid started to get filled when people started to lose. Where did they start to lose? Underneath 89K. Or at 89K. So where is it likely to be defended, or where was their confluence in liquidity like this? Now, there's another opportunity that's more aggressive. Okay? It's the same thing that's happening here. 100K's got a hold, right? Same thing that happened here. Right here. So now if new structure forms when we crack the low, you would expect Bitcoin to drop at least to here. If it doesn't drop to here, that shows that there's a lot of sticky demand, so you look for that. This is a bit more of an aggressive long. This is a bit more of a passive long. But in both scenarios, you have to wait for the lows to get cracked. Now, the thing is, we've seen equal lows hold plenty of times in the last couple of years. So could we get a rally back up? We could, but you know, there's some areas you want to look for, like 104K, because it's the same thing on the other side of the market. We already had a nice test of it, but we can get the high time frame test. So where do people short Bitcoin? Don't worry, Bitcoin's not going to go above 104 again. It goes 100 over above 104, then fails it. Why didn't it go higher if everybody's buying? So it fails it. So now you look for the retest of it. Same thing, but on the other side. Anything in this void, I need to see structure develop. Once we enter the void, if we enter it, it's not a guarantee. We could still pump, but if we enter the void, I need to see what happens in here. I need structure to develop. You know, like multiple days printing in this area before I can say that it looks good or it looks bad. I'll evaluate the structure as it prints, and if it looks good, then I'll let you know. If it doesn't, then I'll let you know. Same thing that I did here, and the same thing I did here. That's why I don't know where nobody knows where the exact bottom is. I mean, I like this area a lot for a bottom, but is this guaranteed to hold? No, it's not guaranteed to hold. Nothing's guaranteed on the fucking chart. If this breaks, then we could enter bear market. You really don't want to go below this. Now this chart's messy again. Are you telling me my dog was right all along? Yeah, so the tensor chart stuff, you see these bright colors? You see how there's bright red and there's dark red? The bright red's showing you the market selling bias. The dark red's just showing you how the candle is. I mean, not always, right? It's showing you like the limit orders. It's not always gonna line up perfectly, but most of the time, if the dark is red, then the candle closed red, but not every time. At least that's how I interpret tensor charts. So if you see an instance where, like, let's say that we saw this bright red coming in, but the price was like going up, it usually shows stickier demand on the bid side. And then this chart is just to double check my work on the price action. So if you find an area where a lot of people are going to lose at the same time, you can kind of double check it with this. It's a rough estimate, it's not an exact estimate. But all of that, all those tools I just explained, these two are way less important than this one. This one is the most important. Because this one, it's just, this is the truth, which is the price. I don't really care too much about the opens, like Tokyo Open, New York Open, or London Open. Um, unless if you're trading CFDs, and those are important because you'll get better spread. But if you're not trading contract for difference, and I mean it's kind of important, but the thing is, like those kind of things could have slight effects on the market. But what's most important in the market, in my opinion, is knowing where to look on the high time frame. If you know what's important areas on the high time frame, then you know how the smaller force will interact with the bigger force most likely. Every once in a while, you get like you get anomalies and whatnot, but for the most part, the smaller force affecting with the bigger force will likely be due to what the bigger force is and where it's at. Sometimes you're not anywhere near an important part on the high time frame, and that's where you'll just see fucking the cheekiest price action. Like the price action we saw here, for instance, just brutally cheeky here. It's because there wasn't any like high time frame levels to use. But like this short that I talked about here, at least you know you have the high time frame. This short here that I talked about, you had the high time frame, and then more recently this short, which is kind of harder to see because you need to go on the lower time frame to see it, but which is actually right here. So this, this, and you can marry these together if they're close enough and create a box. Because the market is technically all zones. I get fancy with it with the horizontal rays, like the precise lines, but in reality, it's all zones. And then this one was, I talked about, which was you wanted to see if there was an imbalance of supply and demand. So all the short sellers are all dogpiled in at the highs. Okay, we cracked them. Why didn't price go higher? Instead, price rejected, which is weird because you got a lot of shorts getting squeezed. It's because you don't have enough people buying actual Bitcoin. So that was the first warning sign, and then you started to see bearish structure form. It wasn't super fluid, but it was good enough. And again, you can marry these together, right? like that, and create boxes. If you're new here, you can see on the YouTube, you can see exactly what I was talking about before it happened. If you don't believe that I talked about these areas. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about fair value gaps. There's nothing wrong with trading fair value gaps if you're like if they make you money and they work for you and you're profitable using them. But there's a very big difference in my approach versus classical technical analysis. Classical technical analysis, once this happens and the price goes through this level, then these levels are no longer important. That's old school technical analysis. They're no longer important once the price goes through them. I still think they're important. So fair value gap will only look at prices that haven't been taken out, like this or something or this. There are some concepts that are good in because you guys have taught me a bit about it. I don't know too much about it, but from what you guys have taught me, like looking for voids and stuff, that's all pretty accurate stuff. Because just think about it logically, right? If a price goes straight up and there's no data that's been developed while it went straight up, then once it starts curling, it can go straight back down. Now, if you build structure on the way up, then you have areas where people can, like if you build structure like this, then you have areas where people can logically say, okay, this is an area where that we would like to buy it at, because there's logic behind it, right? But if it goes straight up, I mean, what rationale could you use to argue that it's a good area to bid? And Bitcoin is all about the technicals because there is no fundamentals. As you guys know, there's no fucking balance sheet, there's no earnings. It's just the white paper. That's the only fundamentals. So it all comes down to the technicals. Yeah, I mean the reason why psychology is important is mainly because risk management's important. Risk management is the most important thing in any arena that has variance. So business, for example, right? Sports, anything that has variance where there's no guaranteed winner or loser, you have to have risk management because there's no guarantee. And that plays into the psychology because people will sometimes not stick to their risk management. Say if they've lost 5 trades in a row. They've lost 5 trades in a row, they're staring at their account balance being like, I got to get that money back as soon as I can. It doesn't sit well with them. If you lose 5 trades in a row, what would I say you should do for the OGs in here? Help the newbies out. You're actually supposed to reduce your risk instead of increasing it. So everyone knows martingale is bullshit, right? Do the opposite of martingale. Yeah, stopping for the day is good. Having a daily drawdown is good as well. Yeah, you lower risk. Exact. Apply at McDonald's. So say you're risking like this is the upper bounds of risk though, right? I'm gonna keep Bitcoin in frame because it could crack at any moment. Let's do it on the S&P chart. Say you're risking like 0.5% per trade, and you've hit your drawdown. 5 trades in a row is kind of high for a drawdown, but let's just use that as an example. So the account's down negative 2.5%. Then the next day when you come back and you trade again, you should be doing 0.25% risk until you've made this money back. Once you've made that money back, then you can go back to this risk. One of the useful things I learned from trading school. Trading schools, for the most part, are not very useful, but that was a really useful thing I learned. So the psychology comes in where you actually have to stick to your fucking principles. That's where the psychology comes in, and that's why it's one of the hardest things to do because of that reason. Strategy is important too. Knowing when to buy and sell is important, right? Don't get me wrong. But if you don't apply the risk management, then the strategy is useless. Yeah, it's hard to do for sure. Basically, how many times do you need to step on the landmine before you learn not to step on it? Sometimes it takes a lot of times for certain personalities, particularly the personalities that get into crypto, right? Patience and discipline can be learned though, and they're very important. People that get into crypto are usually the most impatient people. So it forms some really battle hardened killers, particularly with how volatile it is. For the ones that, stay the ride and actually survive. But most people won't. Because it's fucking hard. It's hard and it's painful. If you're new to trading and you're wondering if you should get into it, probably not unless you're willing to go through a lot of pain. One of the beauties of it, though, is a lot of the discipline and patience that you build by becoming a better trader starts to transfer into other parts of your life. But if you're a young person in here that, you've been told it's all about patience and discipline, it's all about discipline, and you're like, fuck that, fuck discipline. If you get into trading, you're going to learn the hard way. It is all about discipline in almost every aspect of life. Because I was the same way, dude. I was the exact same fucking way. Look at the fucking gap. All right, S&P should be settling pretty soon. So when your dad told you it's all about discipline, he wasn't lying to you. I mean, it's barely holding on. It's holding on for dear life right now, Zhao. 'You described me. Yeah, I mean, it's because I went through it too, man. My dad went to buy XRP at the gas station when I was young, and he never returned. Yeah, the iceberg got damaged a bit. I don't think it can take another hit. If the iceberg takes another hit, it might crack it. 0.25, not 2 or 5, 0.25. You reduce risk by half when you've had a drawdown. If you hit a daily drawdown, you reduce risk by half. If you've reduced it by half at 0.25 and you hit another daily drawdown, you reduce it in half again to 0.125. And you keep doing that until you can start to grow it again. Aren't prop firms like BS? Yeah, some of them are. In the finance world, like it's usually a good portion of whatever thing that you're talking about is bullshit, and then a small portion that's good. That Trader Main guy seems like he's a really genuine guy, though. So I haven't done any research into his prop firm, but I imagine he plays pretty fair with it. At least I'd like to hope that. The idea of validating somebody again and again seems stupid to me. Yeah. I mean, well, that's because it's two things, right? People want to hear what they want to hear, and then the other person wants the virtue signal. Sometimes I might be a dick to, or sometimes I might say the price looks like it's gonna go down. Obviously, I'm not doing that just to fucking do it, right? Just to be cruel. Would love some streams with you and another, like me bringing on some other crypto people that I think are good. I don't know if Maine wants to hop on, he can. And if Traxy wants to hop on, they can as well. Skinner's probably asleep, but all right, we're getting close to that iceberg. All right, a couple more seconds until S&P enters full settlement zone. And then it's all up to crypto. You can see the volume kicking up. All right, I'm gonna remove the S&P. It's pretty much done for the day. Kind of a nasty. Actually, let's all have a look at the VIX together. Nice, nice, very nice. Stock market's looking a bit better here on close. Tesla rebounded a good amount so far. Bitcoin not so much, at least for right now. God, Nightbot is shilling hard in the chat. Jesus, guys, let's all beat up Nightbot. He's shilling too hard. Okay, here we go. We're at the iceberg again. They could try and chunk it again. A lot of foot soldiers are just running in front of the iceberg trying to defend it. They could get punished though. By the way, guys, nobody's a perfect trader either, just so you know. No one is a perfect trader. I make mistakes too. You just want to minimize your mistakes. That's all you can do is just keep getting better and better in that. God, look at these fucking equal lows. So now if we do get a small little pump going here, it has to go higher than this high. If it doesn't, then the structure is bad. It has to be able to make a new high because it already made the equal lows. You would think bouncing off of it is a good sign, right? Because it's like, oh, the market's showing there's support there, but it's really not. It's not a good sign until we get above this, if we can get above it. Which, to be fair, they did crack the bear structure a bit here. It's just the high time frame just is overwhelming. Yeah, iceberg is still looking a little bit weaker. Any lower high below the... If we can't get above this, it's going down. Sooner than later. If we can get above this, then we float for longer. Yeah, it's been a fucking battle today, man. Because we're teetering the line, and it's just been a fucking battle. The volume hasn't on the spot book isn't that high, which is a bit concerning. The perpetuals though are they're firing off left and right. But yeah, if you're new here, that's the link for the Discord that Nightbot put in the chat. I think it works. I'm pretty sure the mods fixed it. So the link to that Discord should work. The Discord's growing, man. We're almost over 1,500 people in there. And as you can tell, since I'm not fucking putting a bunch of indicators on the chart and screaming into the mic, well, sometimes I scream when we get crazy shit happening, but for the most part, no. The quality of people that we get in the Discord is usually a bit higher than the crypto Twitter average. We don't really have very many meme coin boys in there or NFT boys in there. Until NFTs start to make a comeback, then you know the top is in. No problem. Big Doggy Dollars? I like that name. Big Doggy Dollars is in the chat, boys. Yeah, we're a moon ticket club. The Discord's full of moon boys. Just a warning though, if you join the Discord, you'll probably get messaged by people impersonating me. I'm only gonna message you with and I'm gonna say send me 1 Bitcoin and I'll send you 2 back. That's how you know it's me and not one of the impersonators. Yeah, send me 1 Bitcoin, I'll send you 2 back. Still waiting for those 2 Bitcoin, sir. Who's still waiting for me to send them their 2 Bitcoin? Send me 2 Bitcoin, I'll send you 1 back. Yeah, sorry, that Bitcoin you sent me has already been sent off to North Korea. Not much I can do about it now. People lost their channel points, I see pips, that's why no one's asking for it. Champ is just hoarding all the channel points. Yep. You're gonna have to take it up with Kim Jong Un if you want that Bitcoin back. Sorry. It's up to you how much you want to take on your bulk. 40%'s not bad for a bulk, but there's different people in here that take different bulks. Yeah, and you were right to phrase it 1 to 3 ish because most of the time you're not going to get a perfect 3 risk reward trade. It can sometimes be a little bit above 3, sometimes a little bit below, sometimes it can be 4. You know, it's what the market gives you. You can't like force it. The way trading works is you need to be able to sit on your hands and wait. Wait till the chart's fucking screaming at you. Because most of the time, it's not really a good spot to trade. Most of the time, it's pretty fucking random. Unless you have like delta neutral strategies. I'm talking about directional based trading. Like if you take a bias, right? So like say you go net short or net long, then you have to wait. If you're just trying to abuse the spread and go delta neutral, then you can be providing liquidity all the time or most of the time. Rose, you just come in here to say that it's over? Your first message today is just that it's over? Somebody bonk them. You gotta get above this high. Gotta get above this. Mr. Iceberg is really fucking taking one for the team, though. I'm telling you, once this gets filled, it's going straight to OTC. I already applied at McDonald's last week. Hey, did you hear that they're covering up the job numbers? It's gonna be harder to get a job at Mickey D's. They're covering up the job numbers, boys. I would assume that means that they don't look very good. That would be my instinct to assume, right? If they were good, they probably wouldn't be hidden. Is it good to build structure here? I mean, I've seen it happen in the past couple of years that we could build structure here. I don't think it's quote unquote good, but it could happen, yeah. It's not good to build structure here, but they might. Yeah, so you want to hold the next one now. Kind of here and here. So to maintain this structure for the bulls, you have to hold pretty much like right here. And it was the first one was sloppy already. That's a sloppy one. We're not opposed to sloppy, just not in the chart, right, boys? Crepabelle. It's already got the 2.1k vibes, champ. Now I definitely see it. Yesterday it wasn't as obvious, but today it's obvious. Now you're on board. I'm not a full bear, dude. I'm still on the bull side until 89k. But this whole week, champ, I've been saying where to look to short. So I wasn't necessarily a moon boy all week. I was just trying to help Bitcoin along, but all these areas I talked about where to short Bitcoin as a hedge, right? Naked shorting is pretty fucking brave. I don't really recommend that when the dollar is just getting fucking dunked on. The dollar getting dunked on just makes the moon boys that much stronger. And I'm not talking about the dollar against other currencies. I'm talking about, inflation. Dollar against other currencies actually still looks good in my opinion. A little bit of a rally for the euro, the ebbs and the flows, and then dump the euro again. All right, we've been consolidating here for a good amount of time, which usually leads to volatility. So what's happening in this last couple hours? People are taking bets, right? So we got long stacking up here, we got shorts stacking up here and here. That's why we have to get above this high, because it's more clustered on the bottom side than the top side. If we can make like a double top here, then it's neutral. But usually in neutral, you yield to trend. It's just a little bit better case scenario. It doesn't mean that it's good. It's just a little bit better. Yeah, the alts are faring the storm quite nicely. Besides Ethereum. Ethereum and Solana are just getting fucking dumpstered right now. Yeah, Near's handling it like a champ. Same thing with Zcash. But Near needs to go a little bit further down before it's in the pocket. Okay. The ask side of the book is getting a little bit thinner. Could mean that we should be able to at least fix this a little bit. That fucking iceberg guy is a fucking hero, dude. So far. Yeah, ETH still looks. The issue with it is ETH did look better than Bitcoin. It still kind of looks a little bit better than Bitcoin on its own. But I mean, if Bitcoin's gonna dump 3-4% on the day, I mean, you know what happens, man. It's not like ETH is just gonna magically pump 10% when Bitcoin's down 4%. 3-4%. Exactly, champ. Greedy low time frame action leads to fragile high time frame. Yeah, that's exactly right, champ. He's a hero for right now, but what he's really doing is he's trapping retail in the same spot. So he's being greed. This guy's technically, I mean, this guy right here, you could technically call him a villain, the iceberg guy. Because what happens is all of retail is now dogpiling in at these lows. You can see it on the liquidation heat map. It's probably getting even thicker. Yeah, look how bright that yellow is now. Are we the baddies? Spot versus futures CFD is CVD is divergent. Spot not coming along for the ride. The most important divergence is the price divergence on relative strength. Then the second best is probably OBV on balance volume divergence. I don't know about CVD that much, to be honest. All right, we're gonna test the structure. It looks like that green box. By the way, I'm not saying that's a good area to long it. I'm just saying if you want to maintain the bull structure that the iceberg's been forming, that's where you have to hold it. The war never stops. There's just sometimes where the battles are intense. You like watching this more than TV? I mean, it's pretty fun, right? Watching the orders rolling in, watching the battle between the bull and the bear. I enjoy it a lot. Peak autism. You were born as a bull, but sadly only make money as a bear. Here's the thing about it, right? As far as trading is concerned with crypto, it's kind of easier to nail short sells than it is longs. Longs get messy a lot of the time. Like to get a good long position, a lot of the time you got to get tagged out a couple times before it comes to fruition. For a short, a lot of times it just dumps right where it needs to. But if there's ever a time where there's no sloppiness on the bull side of things, that's when you know it's really fucking strong. Like if it's ever easy to grab a long position, it usually means that that long position is going to run. If it's harder to grab the long position, it usually means it's going to be more short-lived. At least how I see crypto, how crypto trades. I don't know how applicable that is to stonks because stonks don't really follow fluidity. Most of the price action on stonks is pretty fucking random. That's why a lot of old school like stock traders and stuff will like shit on technical analysis and say it's bad because it kind of is when it comes to common stock. It's not too bad with Tesla though because everybody loves option trading on Tesla. Sailor, that's your iceberg. That's how you know it's not the real Michael Saylor, because Michael Saylor doesn't put icebergs. Michael Saylor presses the market buy button relentlessly. Oh, the sun's starting to come out. It was a bit gloomy earlier today. The sun's coming out. Is that a sign of a pump? For me as a newbie on this and negative 1.6, the worst was my emotions. I saw negative 100 and stayed thinking it will go back. Yeah, I mean, the advantage you have being on a smaller account is you can be more nimble. But this is what I'm about to say is applicable to any size account, from big accounts to small accounts. In trading, for the most part, you want to get good at cutting your losses early and letting your winners run. Like if something's moving against you, you can't. Your brain will be like, "We'll play tricks and we'll play tricks on you." Like your brain will start to trick you and be like, "Oh, don't worry, just let it come up a little bit, let it go back to break even." But if a trade isn't working out, it isn't working out, right? That's the reality of the situation. If it's not working, it's not working. Again, a lot easier said than done. I'm making it sound like that's easy. That's not easy. It's very hard. You have rain in Orange County right now? It's gonna Lex, it's gonna rain I believe starting this weekend or at least early next week. We're heading into the cold weather in SoCal. People in colder climates will probably laugh at me when I say cold weather because it's not cold relative to where they live. Winter's coming. It's supposed to rain into next week, Lex. Personally, I'm a fan of the cold weather. I think it's partially due to the fact that it's never cold in Los Angeles, so you kind of miss it. And then the other part is I have a lot of Scottish blood in me. Probably a little bit of both. We got the George Lopez theme song playing right now, boys. The Scotsman yearns for the gray skies. Once we get to 89K, I'm gonna paint my face like half blue, like Braveheart. That's where we have to hold the county line. I'll put on my kilt, paint the face, do my best for Bitcoin, and then if it breaks, bear market. A kilt is for gay men. Michael Saylor's a little unhinged. You're a little unhinged today, Michael Saylor. Is it because Bitcoin's down bad? Is it because MicroStrategy is getting beaten up? Is that why? Oh, damn, it closed at -7. Yikes. Egads. That's brutal, man. Yeah, well, you're fucking dumping my spot and company. Listen, man. I've tried hard to keep Bitcoin up, alright? I could have went full bear mode. Hamza, you and Woman in Red really want 98K. No, you listen to me, Mr. Doomer. You dumped my coins. Alright, they're testing the bull structure right now. Are we coming back to test the iceberg? Why do you guys like 98K so much? Is it because Mr. Iceberg is defending it for you? I'm telling you, this guy doesn't really give a fuck, man. It's going straight to OTC. Alright, they're cracking the structure a bit. You got a lot of 69s in that number. I'm sure it'll work. The more 69s and 420s you can put on your entry and profit target, the better. No, that's not a good area to short it. You got to let it come up. Don't try and short the bottoms, boys. Let it come due. Let it flow. See how it's flowing? Let it come up. Never good to short. It's against the white paper. Hey, I told you we banned the red button in here. How is it not bullish if all the time I'm saying we're banning the red button? You should ban that dog music playlist. Okay, what kind of playlist do you want, Michael Saylor? Don't talk shit about my boy Kicksave. This guy makes good mixes. I will turn it down a bit though. It is a bit loud. I'm not gonna click on your link, bro. Just tell me what kind of music you like. Jazz is good. 80, you really can't miss with the 80s, dude. Good news is most of the stuff on the top side is done. It's too late to short it. I said at the beginning of today, the only play is to long it, but it's really not that good of a play. It might work. Just wait for it to actually kick up before you look to short it, because this is technically the relative lows. Unless, it could work, but it's not, in my opinion, not necessarily a good trade. Right when I say that the buys start coming in. Honestly, the ask side of the book is pretty thin right now, so a lot of this downward move is just the fear coming in, the aftershock of fear. If we can get a high higher than this side, then the next green box will be here. We have to get it higher than this side, though. Keep saying it's bad so we can pump it. Yeah, dude, Bitcoin sucks, man. We hate Bitcoin in here. Is that good? Do you think people will short it now? Really, there's not that many people shorting right now. It's not a good sign. You want exuberance from the bears. Okay, it's starting to stack up a bit. You see how people are speculating on both sides now? We're building up, we're consolidating to build volatility. Wonder who's selling. People that are selling right now are just scaredies. They're scaredy cats. I mean, Bitcoin dumps a good amount, right? The S&P dumps a good amount. It's usually a recipe for people to get scared. I just wanted us to rip the band-aid off so we could actually get a pump that I can trust. But this kind of pump, just like I was last week and this week, I'm going to be really conditional and stringent on any pumps we get. I told you guys, any pumps we get after this, I'm going to be really critical of them. I need to see that it's not just a short squeeze. I have to see that it's actual demand. Yeah, so if we go to pop the top, we have to hold the top. If it fails it hard, then it's just a short squeeze. You can argue it's a push to fill bigger shorts. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, S case. Classic push to fill. Think about it. If you want to enter a big short position, how could you do it? You trap all of retail shorts in the same spot, so you have enough liquidity to fill your own. The fuck is a push to fill? Pushing price to squeeze retail to get liquidity to fill your own positions. It's happened multiple times on the way down. Who would have thought that Michael Saylor would be my biggest hater? Especially for what I've done for Bitcoin. How do you differentiate? There's a couple ways. You could look at the order flow, which is what a lot of people like to do. What I like to do, and this is, you could argue it's a bit arbitrary, but like when you look at this, right? And you know that if we go above this, we're gonna get a bunch of buys. So why couldn't we get more out of it? And what is enough? Like what is more? Well, I look at the relative action in the past. I look at the relative volatility in the past because it's all relative. It's like when it's time for the price to go up and it just fucking flops it. That's an important moment. It shows you the imbalance of supply and demand. It's the same thing that could happen on the bottom side too. Say we get the exact same setup on the bottom side, we rip the band-aid off. It's time for the price to dump like crazy, but we see something like this instead of this. That's an important data point. This one is a little bit deeper than this one, obviously, because it's like almost a whole year's worth of data. This one was like, a month or less than a month. The same thing that happens again and again, though, right? This flopped, so dump. This kind of flopped. I mean, it looked pretty good. It didn't look too bad, but ended up flopping. It's just like when it's time to pump, why didn't it fucking pump more, kind of thing? Or when it's time to dump, why did it dump more? And then there's potentially an opportunity. Because it's not until those moments happen that you get to see the true supply and demand of the spot market. I'm not, this is when market makers and liquidity providers are not just bouncing around to take advantage of spread. That's when you actually get the moment that you can see the real supply and demand of market participants. And this kind of stuff really only works if you're trading something that has a big leverage market. If it has a big leverage market, then these kind of moves can happen because of leverage getting squeezed. But like by the time your indicator tells you to sell, you're already going to be like right here type thing. And fortunate enough, it worked because we're in a strong trend, but sometimes it can just do that, right? Opinions on Zcash? It's kind of hard to call Zcash right now. The volume's really good on it, but it did get dumpstered pretty hard. Like, look how nice that volume is. Fluidity's pretty good. A little bit of a front run there, but you got some room to breathe. Topside fluidity's nasty, though. I don't know, you need to hold this pretty much. You hold that, which you're kind of close to, it's 49. Or if you don't hold that, kind of fucked, actually. It's kind of fucked if you don't hold that. You could go. Honestly, if you see this, that's really impressive because you have stacked invalidations here, and then you have equal lows here. So basically, you have fragile structure here. If you see them able to catch it here, that's really impressive. But you don't really even want to be in a scenario like this, so it's better to hold it at 489, which it's at 490 right now. So we're testing it as we speak. There it goes. It just went under it. Okay. Any life, Zcash? You've got some room to breathe here before it's equal lows. I can get more precise with it. It's right there. So you got to reclaim that pretty soon now because you have the hourly closing in like 22 minutes. It's not a 4 hour close below, so it's okay, but you don't want to start closing hours below it in an ideal world. It's fine as long as you don't close, a couple 4 hours below it, but it's a lot harder for Zcash to, pump when Bitcoin's doing this as well. But yeah, man. Good luck to the Zcash boys. Gotta get it back above 488, 489. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I mean, the volume's just really good on Zcash. I mean, just in general, Zcash holders are just more resilient. It's kind of applicable to like any financial instrument that's been in the gutter for a long time that ends up pumping. You have two dynamics at play, right? You have people that are finally not underwater who will sell at the first sign of weakness, but you also have people that just have so much resolve, right? They're just diehards. So you have those two at play, and you really just have to watch the price to see which one wins. But usually, like just from like a primary source, which isn't very reliable, but from like my like anecdotally speaking, when I back in like 2018 crypto Twitter, these guys were the most diehard. Like they had the most extravagant tinfoil hats on. Usually, those kind of market participants are gonna fucking they're gonna be hard to shake. Okay, once we get above this high, the new green box will be placed. You also have a lot of old school crypto whales that like Zcash. We already had Rasputin on. Did we already play this playlist? All right, let me switch it. I do like Rasputin, but we played a lot. God damn, it's so hard to skip this song though. It's such a good song. All right, we got the new high, so now new green box to hold structures there. I have to let the song play. It's too good. Uh, oh, I hope your procedure went good, man. Wait, you were here earlier, right before you had a procedure done? That's crazy. That's some fucking loyalty right there. VIX closed below. So good close on the VIX so far. We'll see how tomorrow opens. If tomorrow opens good, then oh, you were doing a procedure. OR meaning operating room? Oh, look, Michael Saylor, you like the pump. You ended up subscribing. Michael Saylor subscribes to the channel when Bitcoin pumps. Betty really needs to get above this high. It's building decent structure. It's a bit sloppy, but it's good enough. If we get above this high, the next green box will be around here. Are you swing trading the fucking stock market in between times that you're working on patients? Honestly, that's really Chad. I would like you as my doctor. Wonder if that chiropractor's here today. That's so crazy. You're in the hospital right now watching the stream. Put it on the hospital waiting room TV. Make the people in the waiting view watch the stream. Yeah, I am, okay. That is crazy, isn't it? These nuts? Oh, you're just listening on audio? How much do I have to pay you for you to put the stream in the waiting room TV? You're in church right now? Guys, where's the crazy... Are you guys... Is anybody else in some crazy locations right now while they're watching slash listening? Yeah, I'm at home. Pretty crazy, man. In my mom's basement as usual. Jesus Christ. Read what Champ just said in the chat. Oh, you're a nurse practitioner. I respect the honesty, Champ, but that's fucking wild. I had sex because of the stream running in the background. Oh my god, you guys are so unhinged when we get to the later parts. Once I've streamed for like 3 or 4 hours, the chat just becomes completely unhinged. Like a door that's been slammed too many times. Falling off the hinges. A golden Kappa train incoming? What the fuck is a golden Kappa train? You'll have time to earn limited time to earn exclusive golden kappa. All right, if you want a golden kappa. Almost midnight over there. You've been working off it all day. Of course, we're off the rails. You're using my voice to get her going. You guys are insane, dude. I feel bad. I feel like I'm keeping the Europeans up way too late. If you're in Europe and it's late and you're tired, go to sleep, man. I guess the Americans are probably getting online soon since they're getting off work. Bitcoin likes the degenerate talk, boys. In true Bitcoin fashion. Which side would you bet on right now, champ, if we did that? Or would you just take the risk reward trade? Okay. If we get a higher than this high, then I'll put another green box. Technically, would just be a line this time because there's not much of a box there. Yeah, just it would just be a green line. All it took was a stock market closing for Bitcoin to see some life. All right, how much was that on Zcash, that move? Let's do it from the line. Oh, we got Zcash up from the line to the high 2%. What is Zcash? It's like a privacy crypto. So there's two competing privacy cryptos. There's Monero and Zcash. People say Monero's a lot better. I'm not a big fundamentalist when it comes to crypto. I just trade charts, so I'm not really the guy to ask when it comes to that kind of stuff. But from my understanding, I think the only time Zcash is private is if it's shielded, right? Whereas Monero's private all the time. Again, I'm not a fundamentalist in crypto, so I could be completely wrong by saying that. I bet you're never gonna forget what I said. You're welcome. Yeah, it's engraved. It's burned into my memory now, champ. If somebody asked me what's the craziest thing I've heard the chat say, it probably would be that. I think you've earned that medal. Crypto Boy's more creative than turds behind CMBS. There are some really smart people in crypto. Way smarter than me. Yeah, I mean, the same thing that I said about Zcash holders, you could say about Monero holders too. If you're big into the privacy side of crypto, you could just bet on both horses. You don't need to be one or the other. You could bet on Monero and Zcash. Once there's a Zcash ETF, we're dumping our Zcash, so boys. Bitcoin's just crawling back up. I think if I don't talk about it, it'll go back up. It's hard not to when it's half the fucking screen. Are we good? Is there a chance? Yeah, there's always a chance that can happen. It depends on tomorrow's open. Tomorrow's open might be pretty good because the VIX closed below the box. It closed below the pocket. If we get a good stock market open tomorrow and the good old fashioned double equal low, double bottom equal low meta is still in play, then yeah, we can get a little run here on Biddy. Double bottom game, gang, equal low gang. I'm not convinced of this pump. No, I'm just more stringent. I told you guys last week, any pumps we get out of Bitcoin, I'm going to be really critical of them. Not that I don't want Bitcoin to go up. It's just, when you damage the structure that badly, Bitcoin needs to prove it to me. It's done plenty of times in the past. ETH touching 4K? That's a far way away right now. It can happen quick though. What do you mean? Even more, look at the 4-hour chart on Bitcoin and tell me that it's. Look at this 4-hour chart. That's all we've seen so far. Now, if we pop the top here, right? If we pop all these guys and we can hold it, then yeah, we can run it back up. Next spot to look for on the only thing that makes this more difficult. The only thing that makes this more difficult is the fucking high time frame equal lows. That's something that's been happening in the last couple years that I'm not very good at. Since it's so new, it's hard for me to know how it's going to behave. But if I'm not looking at the new meta and I'm just using old school stuff, old school principles, and the next spot is 1026. The reason why I'm less confident in this short compared to the other shorts that I mentioned earlier this week is because of that equal low. Sometimes price just wants to pump from the equal low or the equal or dump from the equal high. But yeah, I mean, we got to get above this. That's the next add-on spot for shorts is at 1026. Look, Zcash is working, boys. It's working. Kind of a struggle right now, but it's working. Regardless of what happens, though, Bitcoin did print fragile market structure. That's true. Now, whether or not we need to take that out is dependent on if we return close to it again. And honestly, taking it out isn't the end of the world because it'll provide potential opportunities to get long positions that will actually go the distance, depending on what happens. Cancel all orders. Do your coworkers ever wonder what the fuck you're listening to? And what do you tell them when they ask? Do you tell them that you're listening to some dumb American draw lines on a chart? Yeah, the equal lows at 98K, man. That's no bueno. This? No bueno. In my opinion, it's not enough, top keck, but some people might say that's enough. In my opinion, it's not. The thing that I'm wrestling with, the idea that I'm wrestling with, is the new meta of equal lows actually holding and then going on a run. Like, the biggest thing that's giving me uncertainty right now is when I look at this chart here. This is the Japanese stock market, right? Oh god, man. The drawing of the dinosaur is still there, boys. Look at this artwork. No, I'll delete it. But this is what makes it harder for me to. This stuff started happening in 2023, right? Here's October 2023. It got more popular in 2024. Here's August 2024. It's become way more popular in 2025. Here's April of 2025. And then look what the Nikkei did. Look what the Japanese index did. So we never flushed out the fragile market structure. Which means that if this thing does turn sour, it's going to turn sour in a big way. But if it doesn't, then, it looks like a dinosaur even without the drawing, right? The long neck dinosaur. Guys, I saved Zcash. Look, all it took was somebody in chat asking for it. Yeah, if Nikkei goes below those equal lows, we're probably in, we're deep in murky water at that point. Yeah, price is bouncing around right now on Biddy. Okay, if we test the green box, we gotta hold it for the structure. Next spot on Zcash. We're not there yet, but it would be here. We gotta get a bit higher up, but it would be here is the next spot. Let me just double check that. Hold on. I'm pretty sure it's married with the local. Like right there. Okay, yeah. Um, it might be a bit higher. I don't want to put too many lines on the chart, but I think actually it would be this. Yeah. No, that's better. Yeah, it would be that. I'm not saying this is a resistance line. This would be the next area to hold on structure if we can get a high higher than that high. Corona with lime? Yeah, you gotta add Cerveza is always good with a lime, dude. But you should have a Modelo instead. Modelo is better than Corona. Corona's still good though. They're pretty fucking similar. You got your hands on some Mexican beer over there, champ? Good man, good man. When are we getting the macro data? Dude, I have no idea that they're hiding the data. I don't, that kind of stuff, you know, that's like that's like new discovery stuff. Like it's not really normal for that to happen, so it's hard to say how it's going to play out. Just like price hitting a new all-time high. It's new territory. Let's see. Yeah, that lines up. Okay. The red box for Zcash. It's getting kind of messy, the chart, but red box is here. Kind of a big box on the lower time frame. If you can crack above this though, then the next area would hold is here. Bitcoin did it at 1 hour SR flip. Hey man, if it does an SR flip, the rare SR flip comes in, you know what to do. For the new people in the chat who are just now finding the stream, here's the link for the Discord. Get us to 1,500 people. We're at 1,487 right now. 1,487 people. So 13 of you join, and we get to 1,500 people in the Discord. We're not getting into the beer talk again, champ. There's been too many streams where I just talk about my favorite beer. But as far as brands, no, I'm not entertaining it. Highly, you want me to hop on the fucking 250K train? The only train I'm hopping on is the 420, heading downtown. You stop drinking beer? Good, man. Beer is not good for you. THC drinks? Gotta be careful with those THC drinks, dude. If I have any THC, I prefer the throat hit of smoking it. 420 Bitcoin is a stretch. Hey, you picked 250 out of the sky. Where'd you get your 250 number from? I believe 240 is where the next 618 is on the Fibonacci extension. Okay, Biddy wants to pop the top. I mean, it was a good VIX close. I can see why. It got really close. Mr. Iceberg saved the day for now. Beers for gay men. Only real men drink whiskey. Y'all got small penis. Somebody needs to take Michael Saylor out back. He's talking too much shit. It's a round number. 420 is a round number. Oh, the Coinbase whale. Welcome back. If you guys want to know whether or not we live in a simulation, if Bitcoin dumps to 69K, or yeah, if Bitcoin dumps to 69 and then pumps all the way to 420 and then dumps again, it's confirmed. Whiskey definitely gets the job done quicker, that's for sure. Okay, I believe that's a new high. Structure's now starting to become a little bit more neutral here. We gotta get it higher than this high, and then I can put another green thing on the chart. Not until then, though. Tomothy, where were you today? Playing a little footy? We had big action today, Tomothy. Big action. Yeah, it's the areas of they're significant because that's where longs got flushed in the past, and we didn't fall off a cliff. So it was areas where there was confluence and liquidity. Up, or pretty much everyone pressed the red button at the same time. So now it's green when they get above it. You played golf and soccer today. I'm rage baiting the chat right now. 2 hours and 45 minutes of soccer. I grow up, I want to be like you. What? Because I rage bait the chat? Yeah, it's called soccer, guys. The legend of the equal lows strikes again. They can't stop the equal lows. It's too strong. We almost got a new high here. Get ready for topside flood. Topside flood, anyone? Topsy turvy? Infinite support we trust. Guys, support works. Look at that. It's a good start for Bitcoin. It's a good start. Zcash getting closer to the red box. Guys, look, we saved Zcash. It's up 4.5% since the call. We saved it, boys. All right, that's a new high. Put it in the green line now. Got to hold this next. Maintain structure. Got to hold that next. Your name is US Live, but you're from Russia? You fooled me. Have a good night, man. USX. Got it. I thought the X was just like a partition between the US and Live. The old school Call of Duty usernames. Classic ignorant American. From the arcade games when you can only have 3 letters. Oh, like the arcade leaderboards? You were just pissing off all the Russians by having a US up there? You inspired them to perform better on the arcade games because they had to beat the guy with the US name on the top of the leaderboard? It's holding it. Biddy's holding it. Come on now. Come on now, Sailor. Where you at, Sailor? Mag 7 metals and bonds sold off today. It evaporated, Tom. It went straight to the short sellers. Straight to fiat currency. Michael Saylor's least favorite thing in the world, fiat currency. That's where it went. You hear that, Sailor? Ooh, the Latvian sniper says they have new penny stocks they just bought. Give us your best one, Mr. Latvian sniper. As Traxy would say, you're being an enjoyer right now. You're enjoying. Bitcoin is going at $2. uh, this guy named Jack Insane comes in, hasn't been typing the whole stream, but just comes in and says Bitcoin is going at $2. That's funny. Michael Saylor, we found your nemesis. We found your nemesis, Michael Saylor. The water stock, S case? Alright, give me the rundown. When'd you need that rundown by, boss? So what are we looking at, S case? What's the balance sheet looking at? Give me the rundown on the fundamentals here. It's good volume, I like that. Oh, that's a lot of equal lows, though. Jeesh. Jeesh. Ooh, maybe all-time low before it looks good. Balance sheet 6 out of 10. So you must like something outside the balance sheet, then. What do we like about it? This reads like a new all-time low play, though. Are you thinking this one's going in the crock pot, or what? They make clean water out of shit? Okay. So like sewage treatment or something into water? It's a good cause we can get behind, right, boys? That's good fluidity. The structure just cracked a bit here, though. Structure, it was nice, but it cracked right there. Yeah, this one probably has to go into the slow cooker. Probably new lower than this low, and then it looks better. If you get a spike in volume on a new low on this bad boy, let me know. Tell me to look at this again, S case, if it gets a new all-time low. Or at least lower than this low with a spike in volume. But I'm interested, I'm interested. I just need to, from a technical perspective, I need to see it go a little bit lower. Biddy's fighting for it. By the way, the Zcash thing, this isn't necessarily a good short. It's just a red box. The fluidity was actually pretty good at the lows, so just profit target area if you ended up taking the Zcash long there. It's not necessarily a good short area, just profit taking. I mean, if there's some divergence here and we go a little bit deeper in the box, maybe you could cover if you want to cover or profit target. It's up to you. It's your money. It's not a terrible short if Bitcoin wasn't showing so much strength right now, but so if you mistakenly took a short here because I had a red box, you can cut it if you want. Again, it's your money. You do what you want. It might work, but that's really good fluidity on Zcash at the lows. Well, it's pretty good fluidity. Not perfect, but good enough. NFA. NFA. Not financial advice. The ticker name is AST. No, you guys, treasury companies, HARX, it's, it just, if you can, just buy the underlying asset. Nothing against Michael Saylor, man. I don't want to, I'm not trying to shit talk him. I'm just saying, like, if you can buy the fucking Bitcoin, why do you need to buy strategy? Oh, you got endorsement from the Latvian sniper, though, so maybe there's something to it. Why are you in that one, S case? Look at it? Alright. Alright, if it looks good, HARX, I'll give you some more credit on your picks. Also, is that Fortnite? Is that what the FN in your name stands for? Are you a converted you switched from the meme coins to the real stuff? Ooh, that is nice volume. That's pretty nice fluidity. You're done with the meme coins? Well done. You don't want to return to this. I mean, you could do this, but you don't want to come back to this low right here. Maybe if you're really bullish on it, maybe something like this. Because you can flush out these lows. You're buying more at one. Yeah, sub one though. Sub one. Like from 87 to 94, that looks good. Anything if it starts trading below this though and we hover like down here, that could get kind of dangerous. Hello, Sir Doomer, can you pump my bags? Bro, you're supposed to be the pumper. You're Michael Saylor. You've got all the ammo. You're supposed to be the pumper. You've got the most Bitcoin, man. Yeah, it looks alright. It's good volume. It's good fluidity. It is a treasury company though. So your money, you do what you want. That's where I would do it though. I'm not gonna trade it or buy it, but that's where I would if I was interested in it. That iceberg costs you a lot. This is a fraction of your fucking holdings. Zcash just relentless though, huh? Jeesh. Biddy held it. Biddy held it. Yeah, if this thing keeps going, 102, 102.6, I believe. But keep in mind, I'm not the shorts that I called earlier this week. I was much more confident in them than this one. This one I'm a bit less confident on just because the high time frame equal lows. If that wasn't a thing though, it'd look like that. We can also see if there's an engulfing because there was a big void that was formed. I'm not happy that we formed a bunch of equal lows though. It's nice because Bitcoin's pumping, right? But don't forget there is still fragile structure down there, and we didn't pull the band-aid off. Okay, Zcash is doing it. Is doing it, boss. This is already all done too, so this looks pretty good for Zcash. Pretty good, man. Yeah, this structure here looks way better than the structure we built here. Let the bulls celebrate. Yeah, I'm letting the bulls celebrate. Zcash looks like it's about to crush the rest of this red box. Where's a good entry now? Well, you held that, which is good. So the next one, if you crack the new high, the next one should be. Let me make sure I do this right. Okay, let's grab the chart and look at it again. Okay, so you held that. Very good. You need a new high now. Technically, it would be that, but that's this. And technically this too, but then it gets a bit messy. So marry this with the local now. So next spot to hold for Zcash is this box right here. Yeah, that looks right. So from 503 to 507 needs to maintain that. Once you get a new high. Once you get a high higher than this high, if it starts to retrace because longs are taking profit, something like that. Look at all the green lines I just put. I'm helping the bulls. I'm letting them celebrate. Technically 503 flat. 503 flat to 507.5. Yeah, that looks right. Because, well, you could have a test at 500 too, but that doesn't look nearly as good. You just got back from a meeting and you're seeing green candles. You wanted the deeper fill on Tesla though, right, PJ? You got partial filled though. Can't be mad about that. Tesla almost hit the bottom of the arrow. Alright, I've been streaming for a while today, boys. I'm gonna call it here. Appreciate everybody sticking around and chatting and stuff. If you're still alive out there, let me get some GGs in the chat, boys. Tomorrow we will play marbles. You can hold me to it. Tomorrow we'll play marbles. GG's dumb doomer. Champ, you gonna let this moon boy talk to me like that? You just gonna spam Gamba? Alright. Last shill. There's the Discord link. Yeah, he's funny. Alright, it's the long-awaited song you guys have been requesting. Actually, this time we overdid the sailor one. Let's do the which one is good? Let's do Mad World since it was pretty bloody today, and we're still not out of the woods. Before I go, remember guys, use risk management, let the price come to you. If you miss a trade or whatever, there's always another opportunity. Don't force anything. Risk management is very important. As always. Be safe, boys. I might see you tomorrow if I am gonna play that song. It's the When Moon by it's a Mad World parody. If I'm live tomorrow, you'll get notified in the Discord. I'll ping you. I'm also tweeting when I'm going live too, so you can follow the Twitter. But the Twitter, you don't have to follow it. It's just for notifications on when I go live, unless you have Twitter notifications on or something like that. Yeah, I said marbles tomorrow. We're playing a game of marbles tomorrow for Friday. All right, boys.